Thank you very much.
Yes. Diana, you're here because, sorry? You are here because you applied for position of and you are one among the candidates that forwarded to His Excellency for you to be considered by the County Assembly before your appointment. And the report by the governor was submitted, communicated to the County Assembly, vetting as two outcomes: is approval or disapproval. The governor proposes, the Assembly decides, the governor effects the implementation. So that is the entire process. To engage you, to get to know you more, and your ability to execute the functions of the position that you have applied. And therefore, take it easy. I'll ask my colleagues to introduce themselves.
My name is Kisungi Wakatete. I'm the leader and a member.
Good afternoon, my name is Jackson Barrow, member. Good afternoon, my name is Jackson Barrow, member of this committee.
Esther Musau, Director Legislative Service. Esther Musau, Director Legislative Service.
A name has two
Legislative Service.
A name has 2 or 3 names.
My apologies.
A name has 2 or 3 names.
My apologies. My name is Joshua Mwema Kavu.
3 names.
My apologies. My name is Joshua Mwema Kavulania. Assistant. My name is Joshua Mwema Kavulania. Assistant Director, ICT and Inchulania. Assistant Director, ICT and in charge of communications.
This I will ask the clerk to administer off. Ask the clerk to administer off. The clerk to administer off. Or affirmation. What that means? Or affirmation. What that means is that you take an oath.
I, Diana Mwendwa, have been nominated for appointment to serve as the member, Makueni County Public Service Board. Do swear the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help So help me God.
Relation to the highest attained level of education. You have to quote and mention each and the respective qualification. Then 2 after that you're going to give us your career development. Not career.
Environmental, which I graduated. Other than that, I've also been able to attain in form of house and meeting sustainability matrices. After KPMG, I transitioned to Mulatia Africa Advisory Services.
Thank you. I'll ask you, how does that experience make you feel quite?
Human resource management basically deals with HR, fraternity and MET, and also ensuring that you equip them with training and all that is part of development.
Next member.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Diana, welcome to this vetting process. You've been trying to do a lot of things outside what you did in your first degree, which was environmental.
Science.
Studies. How far? Because there must have been some. because there must have been something, because it's something to be proud of. There must have been something to be proud of. There must have been something you've been doing. You've been doing. We want to know because there is a law on disability which was. Are you aware of any of those committees? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Explored to Kenya, and it would give me more opportunities career-wise. And it would give me more opportunities career-wise. And it surely has, because when I did my certification in sustainable, I was carrying out a project in Kariobangi South that was sensitizing women in the area to practice kitchen gardening. That was the
Because I'm in very many families. Other than that,
We didn't want you to speak to all that.
no, it is important for me. It's important.
Link with the Speaker of Makueni that time.
I don't remember being a judge at any given time. I'm invited in many occasions. They just reminded me. And then the next we'll find that I hope you won't be so keen. The next candidate was working with the Auditor General. And
questions. When it comes to the key role of the County Public Service Board, for me, I feel like as an institution, and achieving trust as an institution is actually a very simple arithmetic formula, because trust is equals to reliability, public, in terms of information that is being shared. Also ensuring that if we are advertising for a role, that role is advertised widely so that it can be trailed by who is in authority, let's say the county assembly or even the executive, and by a whistleblower. This whistleblower needs to feel safe enough to come to us and air out their grievances, knowing that the due process that shall follow shall self-interests from external persons who are either the executive or the political class or even the county assembly, that comes as a last consideration. The performance I mentioned before, ensuring that you're creating a trustworthy institution for the people. Therefore, they see you as a reliable party to carry out, and also with merit, because Chapter 6 of the Constitution outlines the merits that need to be considered as a public servant, and if you service board. Yes. When it comes to the wage bill, the reason why I talked about natural attrition is because at the moment, as much as a balance, it's like a seesaw. You need to make sure that your seesaw is balanced in order to ensure that service delivery on the other end, our people understand this particular fact. And also, I'd mentioned that one of the ways of reducing the wage bill is by ensuring that we increase background. I feel like I am also very well placed in formulating formulas and also proposals that can bring on board people who can help this project. That managed equipment services project was awarded to the company I used to work for, which was Lakshmi Group. And there I was just a project manager. So the equipment across the hospitals, and the most interaction I got was with the medical superintendents within the hospital. Yeah, and that's as far as it went with my interactions with county. At that, feel like I have outgrown a role, because as you'll see from my CV, when I was transitioning from project management going into the financial world of services to EY, because actually, if I can give you a background of what happened, is that my manager transitioned to KPMG from EY. So when he left EY, when he went to KPMG and have attained had I stayed in KPMG. When it comes to this particular role of being a member of the County Public Service Board, grow within the institution and not just inherit an institution when probably the gaps that are within that policy, so that we can include all these new amendments that have been made to factor in things such as that, so that we can ensure that as a board we are above par when it comes to the law, and also with it's basically just doing the right thing. So yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I don't have much to say because one of my questions has already been responded to even before I asked the question, and I also want to commend eloquence to matters and everything. Honorable Chair, my question is about conflicts. If, for example, if we approve you as an assembly and the governor goes ahead and appoints you, and you find that in that board there is a lot of bureaucracy, there is also a lot of conflict, you have a different background, there are other members of the board who are maybe more aged than you are, and maybe they have different aspirations and backgrounds, how are you going to navigate through such a multi environment, while you expected a straightforward, a straight thinking board? And well, number two, it's about private versus the public, because you do not have a lot of experience with public sector. How are you going to maybe transition? Which are your what do you expect maybe to do to transition smoothly into this public life if we approve you as a member of this board? Because in public as well, it's not a straightforward thing. There is a lot of bureaucracy and such. How are you going to navigate and also to control your expectations while you are transitioning into public? The last one, I even asked the first nominee about delegation of duties. Sometimes we may not, the county assembly may not, even the appointing authority, the governor may not dictate how much you can delegate. But how are you going to make sure that your role of being a public service board member and the board itself is not going to delegate all the roles to chief officers and other tools to chief officers, while still making sure that you can comfortably run the roles? How are you going to navigate through that? Because some of the times is when the chief officers are running the show, and you're not willing to maybe do these jobs. Number three, also number four, your comment on part-time and full-time basis as a board member. Will you be willing to work as a full-time board member, or other members asking for part-time statuses? Which is the best way to do this job? Because it's a public dedication job, and we expect your comments on this even before we consider your approvals. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your questions. I'll start with the first question on conflict management. If you've gone through my documents, you'll see that as I was awarded a certificate in peace, of being a peace ambassador. The requirements for this is that I actually went through conflict resolution classes for a whole 6 months and understanding conflict, especially workplace politics, because as you understand, in the private sector, workplace politics is very big, and for me, I felt like in order to be able to navigate such, I needed to undergo a bit of training so that I can be able to deal with any circumstance that comes about during the course of my career. I'd say in the board, when it comes to conflict resolution, based off of the factors you've mentioned, the others are not my peers. They are people who are quite older than me. This being a fact, I feel like I still have, because I have the conflict resolution skills in me, I know that the first step in conflict resolution is first listening, so that you can be able to understand the parties that are involved. There's also allowing for mediation within the parties, and if mediation doesn't work, that's when you escalate to either conflict management committees that are in place and the likes. So when it comes to conflict resolution, I feel like I have that in the bag. When it comes to the transition from private sector to public sector and my expectations, I understand that the public sector is completely different from the private sector, because the public sector most of the time is run on bureaucracy. But for example, when we talk about the County Public Service Board, this is a board that, as much as the Constitution says that it's an independent board, we need to give room for collaboration with the other bodies of county government, which are the Assembly and the Executive, because just because we are an independent corporation does not mean we work in isolation. Because for service delivery to be achieved, there has to be collaboration that ensures that we are able to provide proper services to our people. So through collaboration, I feel like then public service is able to be achieved, because you cannot work in isolation like in private sector. In public sector, that collaboration has to be there. Yeah, but that collaboration has to be based on mutual respect between the parties, so that no one oversteps over the roles of the other. When it comes to delegation of duties, I'll also take the same approach, because us and chief officers are meant to work in collaboration. So this collaboration needs to be there in order for us to effect our services well to the people. These collaborations are able to happen if each one of us understands our roles. So first, as a member, it's for me to understand my roles and responsibilities, so that I know what is mandated of me and what needs to be done, and also what are the roles of a chief officer and where the nexus is between the two. And with that understanding, then you can have a very good collaborative work environment. So it's not, the essence should not be delegation of duties, it should be collaboration in how we achieve public service to our people. When it comes to the issue of being a full-time member or being a part-time member, I believe in order for us to provide effective services, my stance would be for us to be a full-time board, because if we are a full-time board, then we are able to reduce the time span in which we are able to provide services. For example, if it's a recruitment process, we shorten that recruitment process because we are always hands on deck, and with that we are also creating credibility for the people. If it's in terms of advice, you're always there to offer human resource advice, either to Assembly or to the Executive, because you're always there. When it comes to part-time, I feel like if you have that split of roles from the roles of you being a board member and whatever other activities that you pick up, then there is a compromise in how you offer services to the people. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. At least she has even responded to another question I wanted to have it as a supplementary question to the part-time vis-a-vis the full-time. But at least I've been comfortable while asking her questions. I expected Honorable Kisungi to ask me to declare my interest because she comes from Kibwezi West. But now I think I'm very clear and things are flowing very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
But there is no relationship between the interest and the ward you represent or the constituency. It is a responsibility. Oh, comes from Kibwezi West,
Yes.
where you have an interest in future.
Yes, yes.
Okay, but may not be applicable
Yes.
for now, but in future.
I just wanted to let you know.
Can I go?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is a very short. I will not have many questions, maybe only two. But one thing I've noticed, you're well connected and maybe privileged, which is good. And it's an advantage for somebody to be well connected and privileged. Looking at the way you have changed jobs within very short time, that sends a certain message. But I'm trying to imagine how you'll be in a position to make judgment on kids who are not well privileged, some who have had to stay out of college to work and pay their fees, kids who are in Form 4 who have had to be out many times, but by the time they are attaining a certain accreditation, it has taken long. I just want to hear from you, well, these kids, all these people who have suffered, who have had to work day and night to achieve that they will have a fair hearing. Before I go to the next question, that is one of the questions, because it's important that I hear that from you, because the people of Makindo, where you come from, most of them are not well privileged, and some really go through hardships, and it's a whole of Makueni is like that, and where you find the kids who are coming from college, they don't know who is when today. With connection, there is a lot of challenge for them. And I want to hear a comment from you. Then the other one is performance contracting is a practice in Makueni County between the governor and the citizens, and the county public service officers and the governor. How best will you carry out, bearing that in mind, how best will you carry out monitoring and evaluation of performance contracting? That is A. B. How do you intend to be carrying out performance appraisal to all staff employed by County Public Service Board? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. But allow me to clarify.
Yeah.
I'd not call them connections, but I'd call it networking.
Yeah.
The biggest privilege that I can say I have is being confident enough to walk into rooms where most people would deem me not qualified to be in that room, and pleading my case, and people listening and actually seeing the value in me. So if there's one trait or attribute that I'd say has contributed to what you're talking about, has nothing to do with connections, but to do with the power of networking. So if even I was to advise any young person or even anyone in this room, is to take advantage of your networks, because your networks are your net worth. So from networks, you're able to achieve a lot. So with respect to that, that is my response.
So, bearing in mind the people you'll be dealing with
Yes.
may not have that networking and what those are the points. Yeah.
Yes. So when it comes to fair hearing, I believe that the Constitution mandates for fair hearing for all when it comes to any matters that pertain public service. So irrespective of someone's background, irrespective of someone's networks or connections, then we as a board are mandated to give them fair hearing. And from the fair hearing, then they can plead their case, as I've talked about, and our decisions then will be based on merit and also constitutional laws such as inclusivity, because some people mistake inclusivity with tokenism. Because you'll find a young person getting a position, or even a woman or a person from marginalized communities getting a position, and the talk is that the only reason this person has gotten this opportunity is because A, they're a woman, or B, they're from a marginalized group. But in essence, it's striking a balance between meritocracy and the laws of inclusion that are mandated in our constitution. So having a balance of all that, then you're able to have fair hearing for your people.
Maybe, so we go further. In Kenya, would you say the great percentage of many people operate on that because there is a lot of corruption also, which plays a great deal, and we cannot deny that.
Sure.
Believe me, more than 60% of cases. If I may, wouldn't you agree with that?
I agree with you completely.
Yes.
And that is why I feel like it would be prudent for us as a board to get people who are enlightened in form of putting aside any political interests or corruption in the case you're talking about, and basing decisions purely on merit and the law, which in essence we've talked about inclusivity and all that, and all other laws that govern recruitment processes that are either in the Constitution or in the County Government Act or in the Public Service Commission Act. All those need to be considered when making a decision.
So that is to say, if you manage to get this position, you be willing to play an active role. You can even dissent, refuse that decision because whether many people are there, but because you are convicted, the right thing was not done.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
The other question? Just the last.
There was a lot. There were two questions.
There are two more questions. When it comes to performance contracting and performance appraisal, allow me to take the two questions together. For me, I believe the best way to go about it is from a technological angle, because if we are to come up with, for example, if it's performance review, if we take the 360-degree performance review method, which not only relies on your superior giving recommendations about you in order for you to be promoted, which is currently what is happening. You take a 360 perspective where you look at your manager, you look at your peers, you look at your subordinates, and also you look at public input on how you're working, because at the end of the day you are a public servant and you are offering services to the public. So if you have that 360-degree view to appraisals, then you're able to get a very objective group of people whose main mandate is to offer service, because you'll not just, because as you've said, we live in a corrupt world. So if I'm relying only on the opinions of my manager, I can find ways of coercing him or her to lean towards my side. But if it's a holistic 360-degree view, the public might have contrary opinion, my peers might have contrary opinion, my subordinates as well might have contrary opinion. But if we take all this and score it, and then that be the basis of an appraisal, then I believe then we'll be able to achieve that. When it comes to performance contracting, when as I've said, I believe the best way to go is technological. If the performance rate of people is measured based out of probably reviews given in by the public, let's say they're put into a dashboard and then an analysis is done and a conclusion is done technologically, either from a platform or from a cloud-based system, you'll find that there's very little interference with such, and the results that come about are believable by the people, because they were not influenced by any human. They were just based on facts and statistics and reasons given by the people as to why this person, as to how this person is serving them. So I believe a technological basis would be best for that.
Honorable Chair, I just have one last question. Now, have you ever applied for another job in the county government of Makueni? And if not, why? Because there has been advertisement for chief officers. Even we have one running for our waziri, and so many other jobs, including directorships and other boards. We also have so many other boards and the municipalities. So I would like to know if you have ever applied, if not, why? And that now brings us to the question, why are you interested in this particular one? The last question, which of course, if you feel it's personal, you might skip, but if you feel it's necessary for this committee to know, you may answer. Who is John Mulatia to you? Are you related? Who is he? How do you know him? And probably it's good for the committee to know. But you can still skip the response to that if it gets personal. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. On your question on whether I've applied for any other job in Makueni County, yes, I did. I applied to be for position of chief officer in 2023. That is before I was headhunted to go into KPMG from EY. Yeah, that answers that. And for your question on who John Mulatia is, John Mulatia is the founder of Mulatia Africa Advisory Services. He's a project manager, like his background is in project management, and to me he's a mentor. He's the one who mentored me because I was with him in Lakshmi Group, where he was a partner before he ventured into him opening his own farm. Yeah, so.
He's not a relative?
No.
Okay. I'm asking because he has very kind words about you. Very kind. So if he's a mentor, I think okay. So yes, why this job?
And if I can answer that, I believe the recommendation he gave me is based out of the work that I've done with him. Because as I've mentioned, when I was in Lakshmi, he was my boss. And when he went to open his own farm, and I ventured into, because we split ways at some point, and I ventured into sustainability. That's when now I joined his firm as a consultant. Yeah, and I believe the praises are based on my merit and the services that I've offered to his institution, if I may say. Yeah. Why this particular post? As I'd mentioned before, the reason why I applied to be a member of the County Public Service Board is to enable me to transition into the public sector, because I am very passionate about driving change, and I believe that this post can allow me to do that based off of my previous experience and also the things that I get to learn while I'm in that position. And also, as I'd mentioned before, the face of public service is not a young person, and I'm really passionate about changing that narrative, and that's why to me being part of this County Public Service Board I feel is a plus, as I will not just be inheriting an institution when I'm 40 or 50 when I probably come to apply as is expected, but I'll be able to be within the institution and institute change while inside, which is the best way of transforming institutions from the inside. Yeah.
Thank you. Let me pick it up from there and indicate that I'm pleased to see young people expressing their interest to work in both public and private sector, including applying for the positions that are the highest, not the lowest, because that is the way to go. You have to ask for opportunities for it to be given to you. But I was looking at Section 58 of the County Governments Act,
Yes.
in particular Section 58 3C, which reads as follows. Now 3D. The County Public Service Board shall comprise of the chairperson and members of the board. The D, in the cases of members of the board I, the member should possess a minimum of bachelor's degree from a recognized university, a working experience of not less than 5 years. So that's a requirement of the law. Now I'm reading your CV. Where is somebody? What is somebody? The form. Which reads that in July 2021, you graduated with the Bachelor's Environmental Studies. In July 2021, correct?
Yes.
From Kenyatta University. And from 2021 July to date is less than 5 years. So how did you arrive at compliance of Section 58 D and I of the Common Government Act, which is a compliance not of the degree but 5 years, please. 5 years experience. Can you account for your 5 years experience to qualify for applications and nomination and approval for this position?
Thank you very much, Chair. From what you've read, I've heard it talks about being a holder of a degree, which I am, and it talks about having more than five or more than 5 years of work experience, which I also have. Because from my CV, you can see, even if we are talking about formal employment, I started formal employment in 2019, January, at Lakshmi Group. And from January 2019 to date, that's 6 years and some months, actually heading on to, in the next 2 months, heading on to 7. So that's 6+ years of work experience. So, and also, when it comes to my degree, I'm just a victim of circumstance. I happened to be part of the cohort that was to graduate in 2020, but based off of the fact that there was a pandemic that had struck the world, then all institutions had been closed and no ceremonies, because of the social distance aspect being in place, took place. So there's a letter that I have shared in my documents from my department that show when I actually finished school, which was in 2020. The only thing that hadn't happened is a graduation system, a graduation ceremony, and that happened after now the COVID laws were not as stringent as they were in 2021. So taking all that into respect, I have the 5 years work experience, and I attained my degree in 2020. It was just awarded to me in 2021.
Now, where we are seated, we can only rely on this document, which is your certificate, and it reads 2021, which also includes the information that your field has given us. It reads that you completed in July 2021. That's according to the records you have submitted to us.
True.
In terms of completion of.
Yes,
No.
that's accurate. But
now, the requirement, that's my reading,
Yes.
the requirement for appointment as a member of the board is, in the case of members of the board, possesses a minimum bachelor's degree from a recognized university and working experience of not less than 5 years. What that means is that if the requirement, for example, is for a PhD, you must be a PhD holder with 5 years experience of work. What does it mean? To be employed as a lecturer in university. In my view, I may be wrong, is that you're a PhD holder, but you must have exercised your PhD for 5 years after you attained it. But you might be 60 years old and you've attained your PhD in 60 years old. And then I'm required by the university to have applied my PhD in 5 years to qualify a certain level of teaching or tutorial university. Now, whether when I was 20, I was a primary school teacher, I was a business person, I was an accountant, I worked in a bank and a PCD, that could be more than 20 or 30 years of experience. Now, that is me. It means then, the 5 years experience for one to qualify as a member of a County Public Service Board is the basis of a bachelor's degree. And the application of that degree, which is now the basic requirement for 5 years. Otherwise, one may attain that degree today, but has had 10 years experience as a diploma holder in human resource management, working at a BCD, and more than 5, 10, 15 diplomas, for example. Will that person qualify if they had now a degree and they have not worked with the degree, but they have 10 experience using more than 5 years? Will that be applicable? In my view, no. Because the basis for the entry is graduate, and then 5 years upon the meeting the basic requirement, which is a degree. Now you have indicated since 2021, which gives us approximately 4 point something years. But then you've raised another important, because that's my view, you have to convince me. In line with Section 58, not me. How do we apply Section 58 in your case for you to qualify to have 5 years? Because it's not about us here, it's about every other stakeholder to ensure that in this process that has been met. Because we may not, even if we look at it, we don't look at it, there are others who question that credibility. If it is the question of graduation and completion, we do not have any document to that effect to show the disparity between completion of the university and therefore what was pending was a ceremony. So what we require then is a demonstration of the completion and attainment of your degree pending a ceremony. And then you begin to count from that and how then 5 years have applied as experience. Now, working backwards may be challenged because I've given you 2 examples. Someone who is 6 years and is required to have 5 years experience, application of PhD in teaching, for example, or someone who has attained a degree as a diploma, as 10 years, but then do they qualify for these 5 years because they have had prior qualification before they attend the degree? Now, that falls outside the basis. So we do not have a document with us, in line with what you presented to us, to clarify on the completion versus the graduation. That's very critical. Because then you have to support your argument that I completed my university on date X, which is 2 years away from the graduation, and the graduation was also affected by ABCD. But again, even effective with that letter of completion of the certificate or with that transcript, I was able then to begin to count my 5 years. That would be perfect. But without that, then there leaves a gap that you have to explain to us so that then we may find ourselves comfortable when applying the law in this process. It's not about me, it's about this book. You are well read? Yes.
Maybe
what's your comment?
Before she comments, because we've also looked at the transcripts, which of course they come the last. Maybe we have resource slip to that effect to show the 4th year was this date. Having worked with the university for many years myself, she needs to maybe give us a completion letter, because a completion goes through Senate. Senate is the one which authorizes who has completed, and graduation is just a ceremony to show that we want to celebrate the achievements. But getting the real degree is through the Senate. There is a Senate board which sits, and every chairs and also directors of faculties who present their results, then they are passed by the University Senate to qualify to be on the roll, on the graduation list. So I think maybe our candidate can look out for that to show that the completion date was earlier than the 21st, that is the 2021 graduation. which is the requirement, because the graduation is just a ceremony to show that people are celebrating, but the real work is done when the completion letter comes out after the Senate has sat down and all faculty heads and also departmental heads are brought there, and then those results are passed by the Senate. It's a board like this one, like a big committee which accommodates all departments in the university. Yeah. And for example, for this university, Kenyatta University, because they may have done 2 subsequent graduations in one ceremony after the COVID outbreak, it means that they may have had 2 or 3 Senate sittings to approve those names of graduation. So maybe she can try to get that, then it will be fine. Thank you.
But what I'm saying, honorable members, what I'm saying is that information provided to us by Diana, Makueni County Assembly, the criteria of vetting and the details that she has indicated is July 2021. She has made an explanation which is not part of the document for consideration. Are you getting my point? For the assembly to present a report to the County Assembly, you require to attach evidence and a justification as to whether these candidates has met the criteria for integrity and law as required. That's why we have a document from Kenya Revenue Authority dated September 2025, and KRA has indicated that is going to be valid until August of September 2026. One may be compliant on the system, but this document is lacking. Unless you print it out and you present it, and then when we'll get to the system through this barcode, we'll verify and find that Diana has complied, then that will inform recommendations and ownership by the committee. That then for purposes of KRA, this is it. If you go to help, it will tell you that just you enter this code into the system, the certificate number 871 blah blah blah, it will just give you that Diana Ngondo Mwendo has no balances was cleared with help. Now we can only rely on these documentations. The only thing that I told her is that between the document she has presented to us reads 2021. She has not supplied other documents to support what she's indicating in terms of completion, COVID and ABCD. And all of us have been in Kenya, we know that. But for purposes of section 58, I think I've read to you, it is 5 years. In my opinion, as a chair of this committee, 5 years is applicable for, because you can only qualify if you are a graduate. But then the 5-year experience cannot be based on previous experience when you were not granted, because the basis of a member of a board is a graduate. Similarly speaking, Honorable Elizabeth Mtrindi is a trained and certified teacher, teaching German language in this Republic of Kenya, Manfield. But there was a teaching practice before, and she might have been conducting his father's business before as a manager. She might have undertaken an accounting course, CPA 1 up to CPA 4, and certified accountant before she graduated. However, on the date of employment by TSC, they will consider whether you have a TSC certificate, and if they require an experience, they will request you for 2 years of teaching, if that was applicable, or 0 years. So it will not matter the experience that you've had before, whether you had part-time classrooms. The moment they say it's just 0 years, you're a teacher, you qualify for that job, because the basis is graduate. It is not the past. Basis upwards. That's my conviction. I may be persuaded to be wrong. So the additional, you have to work it backwards and then see the point at which there was completion and when you have graduated, and how then do you account for this 1 year to mitigate that then the total days over and above, or including my 4-point-something years, the other years are here and these are completion certificates. And I'm in agreement with Honorable Kanunda that the graduation is a ceremony, but then these are the documents that we have, and one has to produce evidence and documentation to do that. Having worked with the EY, Ernst & Young, KPMG, renowned companies, you know what I'm talking about.
I understand you fully.
It's not about thought process, it's not about the science, it's about the evidence, and the recommendations are filed for review to inform a decision for organizational goals or a resolution to be made. In the absence of that, it is presumed that the information doesn't exist. and therefore what is presented is what is valid for consideration. Am I right?
If I may argue my case,
Yes.
Based off of the information I gave information based on my certificate when I attained it, which was on my graduation, which is why I listed there 2020. But if you look the date before, I actually listed 2020. And when I was applying to go into EY, I faced the same challenge because it happened just before our graduation ceremony, because it was cancelled. So the argument was, if you've not attained your certificate, then we can't offer you this role as an associate because we require you to have the degree. So I went back to my department and I got a letter to show when I completed my degree, and I have that original letter to that effect from the department.
So shortly before July 2021, which is approximately 4 years, when did you begin to work?
Sorry?
When did you begin to work?
I began working in January 2019. Or you mean
applying your qualification as graduate,
yeah,
based on completion,
yeah,
not other qualifications.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was
based on completion.
Yes.
When did you begin to work?
I began to work, I'd say immediately, because I was already in employment. So in me attaining, I attained while I was working, so it's immediately on attainment of my degree. So from that letter, because we were applying, the process for applying to EY got dragged a bit because of COVID. So we started the process in February of 2020, just before COVID hit. Then when COVID hit and people had to work from home, then they halted the process. So I got this letter within the completion of that particular semester, which was my last semester. And the chairperson of my department at that particular time wrote a letter to the effect of when I was to complete, because we'd already done exams. The only thing that was left was grading. So she commented that the semester ended in April 2020, which was my last day. Yes, it was my last semester in school. So if you're to count from completion, which is April 2020 to date, then
very well. I've looked at the document that you submitted.
yes.
This document is from Kenyatta University, dated 16th of March, year 2020, to whom it may concern, dear sir, madam. Subject is your name, with the reference registration number. This is to confirm that Diana is an undergraduate student in Kenyatta University, Department of Environmental Science and Education, taking 4-year bachelor's degree program. She is completing her final semester of study in April 2020. This letter is dated March. It is giving a future date. Now, this letter was meant to address an issue and to satisfy a client or a partner or an employer that you are an ongoing student at the tail end of completion of university. And that might have been useful in that case. So in our case, we have to, in our case with County Assembly, not as a committee, we are on 58. 58 is what is telling us to turn left or right. Now you have to work backwards and produce documents either similar to this or otherwise to demonstrate compliance with section 58, 3D and I. Because this is not duty of the committee, it's a duty of the committee, the County Assembly will approve, and the public. So all stakeholders will still review this process, and they still want to be satisfied that section 58D and I have been complied with because of basic requirement. Not to mention that almost tens or 20s or 30s or 100 of competitors who are competing for these same positions. We will have an interest to know that. So it is clear 21st of July is graduation, but then it is not clear as to what amounts to, what makes your experience 26, whether completion or graduation. Now, whose responsibility is it to make that justification?
I believe it's my responsibility.
It is yours.
Yes, and because Kenyatta University is a public institution and all these records are with them.
So it is your responsibility. Between us and you,
yes,
you have the responsibility.
Yes.
How you engage Kenyatta and other institutions to facilitate you with the documentation, including this one which you brought, it is on your end. Okay?
Yeah.
Then now when you submit that document, then you will make your case to answer that question that has been raised, because the procedural matter that we must determine and discuss. And either as an answer, or if it remains as it is, then still the committee will deliberate and place its advice or thoughts on the documents as they are, or as they may be.
So, question,
yes,
if I may ask, as I stated, based on the fact that Kenyatta University is a public institution and it has records to show this, if I was to furnish you with a detailed explanation of what I am explaining to you, because it is fact, would that hold water for this case? Because I can furnish you with the documents, because all I need to do is go to the registrar, and
yes,
I am sure I will get that in writing.
Yes. What we will do, because this matter has come out,
yes,
after this we will give you a communication, because we have to, it's a substantive matter for discussion by the committee.
Yeah.
And then we peruse further. After that, then you will get communication from the clerk before the close of business. We have your contact email as a deputy, so you'll get communication on the same.
Okay.
So on including the period that is required.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So verbally, Chair, verbally, can you confirm what was your actual completion date? When did you complete your final exam? And after that exam, when did the results? Because we are trying to help resolve this matter.
Yeah.
It's very important to us.
Sure.
Because we don't want the public backlash
Yeah.
that we did a solid job. And of course, you have done so much in trying to convince us that you deserve this job. So we would not like to lose you because of an issue which can be resolved. So try as much as possible verbally. What was your last day you did your exam, and how long did it take for the results to be out? Because you never had a degree until you finish the final unit.
True.
And that unit you must have passed. Because if you have a supplementary, of course, and I don't have, you are in a material, I don't expect you to have gotten the supplementaries, but just give us those details, and the way the chair is advising you,
Yeah.
try to get just some good communication from the university.
Okay.
It will help us.
If I can give us verbal submission, my last semester was January to April of 2020. So that's when I took my last semester, and we did. As of now, I can't tell you the exact date of my last paper, but I believe I'll have that information when furnishing the documents to you. But my last exams were in March. And when this letter was being written from the department, we were actually done with our exams. The only pending thing, as you're saying, was the results. And the results were out by, if I'm not wrong, June. They were already out. And that marks completion. So from my end, what I will do is go back to Kenyatta University and get a letter highlighting all these dates, so that everyone in the panel is comfortable with the 5-year mark, because I know I have attained the 5-year experience. I'm just a victim of circumstance of there being a worldwide pandemic, but I believe from the records that are held in Kenyatta University, I can be able to attest to the same.
Thank you. But the earlier issue was there was a clarification on as to what you believed is 5 years was experience before and after your graduation,
Sure.
which I raised an issue.
Yeah.
That in my view, at the moment, was that it is application of graduate, the bachelor's degree, and it has been applied, that degree has been applied for 5 years at the moment. Are you satisfied with that response? Or you will still research?
I'll do my research because
Okay,
law is
fine.
open to interpretation.
Fine.
So I will definitely
We'll
do
still
my
give you
research
time.
and consultation as
Fair
well.
enough. We want to give you that so that you check around it and think about it.
Yeah.
As we will give you communication after today's session for the next course of action. A form one, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Because you can't submit documents unless then the committee has written to you and requested to submit or supply information on the subject matter where you committed to do so.
Okay.
Is that okay?
That's okay.
Thank you very much. Yes, honorable members, is there any other question? There being no other question, honorable members, that marks the end of the vetting process for Diana Ngondu Mwendwa, and the vetting process stopped shortly, successfully concluded. Diana, you are now free to make a comment or ask a question, and that will have no bearing on your performance and vetting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. What I'd want to say is thank you to this panel for your time, and I really hope that this esteemed panel would take into consideration all the credentials that I've placed before you, and also give me an opportunity to plead my case on that contentious issue, because according to me, it's my conviction that I have met the years, and I'd hope to be given an opportunity to plead my case to convince not only you, but also the members of the public as to that particular aspect of attaining the experience that is required. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your understanding. Thank you very much. Sergeant Adams, you may assist our guests through the corridors as you propose to prepare the other nominee who is Gani Musoka. Yes, Karibu. Yes. Please take that seat, belongs to you. Yes. Dr. Mary Musoka, you are here. You know why you are here?
Oh, yes.
That's good. We'll move fast. You are here because you have been nominated by the governor for vetting by the County Assembly Committee, and subsequently consideration by the County Assembly for approval or disapproval. That is after you were a successful candidate in an interview that was conducted by the selection panel. That communication from the governor was committed to this committee on appointments for consideration, and that is why we invited you here. We also placed a notice through public dailies that will give yourself information and to share that information to members of public who may wish to say anything for or against you in consideration for this particular appointment. You need to note that this is a public office, it's a highly professional office, highly regarded office, and therefore members of public have a right to participate in the deliberations of the vetting processes of the County Assembly as required by the Constitution. So it's on that basis that we invited you for this exercise. I'll ask you to relax because we're going to have some questions or conversation with you. This is what you're going to do. Firstly, the clerk will administer oath or affirmation to you. 2, you will hand over your testimonials and certificates, original, for our peninsula. And 3, we will do a round of introduction. And then after that, I'll give you an opportunity to introduce yourself. Clerk, proceed.
I'm taking an oath. Affirmation of nominee for appointment for the position of member, Makueni County Public Service Board. Appearing before the Makueni County Assembly Select Committee on Appointments. I, Mary Mweni Musyoka, having been nominated for appointment to serve as the member, Makueni County Public Service Board, do swear that the information, evidence that I shall give before this selected committee on appointments shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you.
Honorable members, and Daktari will do a round of introduction. My name is Douglas Bilu. I'm the chairperson of the Committee on Appointments.
My name is Kisungi Wakatete, MCA, Leader of Majority, and member of this committee.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm James Kalonda, member for Kikumbulio South and also Leader of Minority, and therefore member of this committee. Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth Mutindi, a member of this committee.
Good afternoon. My name is Jackson Bali, member of this committee.
Esther Musa,
Director of Legislative Services.
Jonathan.
George Mutuku, Research Officer.
Janet Atuzu Agui, Legal Department.
Very well. I will ask you to introduce yourself on your academic progression. First, introducing the person of yourself, your academic progression from the lowest to the highest, and two, career development. Please proceed with that, man.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Mary Mweni Musyoka from Boni East, Tawa. That's where I'm born. Married, and my home at the moment is at Waya Kako Mwani, Kwamukuno. That's the place. That's where I come from. I've been also told to introduce my academics, the way I've progressed. I joined Tawa Primary School back in 1971 and graduated with KCP certificate in the year 1977. I passed well during that time, so I progressed to Machakos Girls High School. Then that school was so prestigious. That is in the year 1978 to 1981, where I did my Kenya Certificate of Education In the month of November, I graduated and then I got my certificate. I passed with Division 2. Then from there I proceeded to Tumutumu Girls, which is in Nyeri, in the year 1982 to 1983. I did my A-levels then, that is Advanced Certificate of Education, in November 1993. And then I got my results. I did not continue to university then. I had challenges of health. So I proceeded to, I first did part-time teaching. Then I joined Machakos Teachers College in 1987. Did my primary teacher certificate and graduated in 1989. In March, I was employed by the TSC. I started working, but on the process, I saw a gap in education, the need of the learners. And the learners then, during those years, some of them had issues, and the guidance and counseling teachers had not been trained. So I decided to do my higher diploma. So I did higher diploma in 2005 to 2006 in guidance and psychological counseling. I graduated in November, and the following year, that is 2007, I decided to advance the diploma to trainer of trainers or trainer of facilitators, and I did this one and graduated in 2007, that is in May. Then when I was after graduation, that is 2008, I had a desire of doing my Bachelor of Education, and therefore I joined African Nazarene, which was in Machakos then. And 2008, that's when I joined, and 2010 I graduated in the month of June 2010 on 18th, and I scored my first class degree because I was given credit transfer from my higher diploma. Then I got a chance again of working with African Nazarene school-based program as part of the administrators. I got my salaries, and then from there I saved, and in the year 2012 I joined my master class in the same university where I did Master of Education, specialized in educational psychology, and graduated in 2016. I felt that with the knowledge of higher diploma, especially in psychological counseling, and the issues then which I was experiencing, and especially from the learners, I needed something concrete on how to help the learners. And that's why in 2020, when COVID came in, it was an advantage to me because I sat down, searched, and wondered what I should do. And I got the Evangel Christian University of America. In 2020, we started studying online. 2020, online classes. 2021, we joined hands with the ones who were around, and we could even learn on Saturdays, and I graduated in 2022. So that is my academic life. Thank you. I'm going to talk about employment. I started working back in 1984, middle after A-levels. That is after I completed my Form 6. I worked as a BOG teacher in Kakuzu Secondary School. Immediately they opened Kiangwa Secondary School, which was nearer home. I decided to join that school, so I left Kakuzu Secondary School to Kiangwa Secondary School in 1985 and 1986. On the process, I was employed by the government as a trained teacher, served in Songeni Primary School, and on the process, I think I performed very well during that time as a UT. I was identified by the AEO then. Then actually they visited my school because I was sent to a school which was not performing well. On the process, by the end of the year, the KCP then, they performed well, and actually I was earmarked and I was promised to join the college, and I joined Machakos Teachers College then. Then I've already mentioned about African Nazarene, 2010 to 2013, administrator, part of the school-based program. In 2018, after I had graduated in my Master of Education Psychology, I was still employed by the TSC, but I joined Kabarak University online classes, online teaching as a part-time lecturer, which I did for 2 years. Then I was still teaching. Then I have captured number 4 as my main employer, that is the Teacher Service Commission, from 1984 all the way, because I've been a teacher, up to 2023 when I retired, my position being a classroom teacher, my position being a teacher, guidance and counseling, which I did for a very long time from 2005, 2006, up to the time when I retired, senior teacher when I was still in service, and then because of the localization, I wanted actually to come back home and serve here, but it was not possible. So I was delocalized to a school in Machakos, Kaseve Primary School, where I served as a deputy head teacher. And then I left when my term was over. In 2023, that is February, after retiring, Kathiani Girls, a national school, which had already experiences my service, they called me to be their school psychologist, a duty which I performed from 2023 up to August 2025. I was also a support staff, counseling both the teachers and the parents, and sometimes boarding them, the members, the students and the learners, the students and the parents, especially the ones who had issues. I also got employed again by Scott University to date as a part-time lecturer, Daystar University from May 2025 to date as part-time lecturer. I'm still lecturing. Thank you. That's my journey, academic and also my professional journey.
Dr.
Yes, sir.
What motivates you to, because looking at this ID, which is public information, you're born in 1963, with a lot of respect to age, because age is gold. And 2025, that is 62 years.
Yeah.
You've retired. What is the motivation to work when it's about time to rest? Do less involving work, and perhaps allow the young ones to have an opportunity to get a job. What is it that they cannot do that you think you can do?
Thank you, sir. My motivating factor is to mentor, to help the young people to acquire their life's aspiration. And that's through especially the psychology which I've done. I've noted that majority of them, they don't have the motivation. So when I'm working, I become a motivation to them. I'm also motivated to share the wealth of knowledge which I have. There are a lot of learning which I've done. It makes no sense to me when I've just seated down when there are people outside there who desire it. A time like this, when we have mental health issues, and as a psychologist, I've done a lot of reading, a lot of work, especially in psychology. There are so many issues. There are so many gaps. Families are broken down. And young people, they are in school, yes, but they are suffering. And especially when they come to realize of their awareness. So, actually, this one, the essence, when I just came to my awareness when I was in the secondary school as a psychologist. The gap. And I found that there is a lot of work. A lot of work which needs to be done. And the fact that the schools, they don't have trained psychologists. There's a gap. That's why I diverted again and moved to maybe Daystar and Scott University to mentor counselors. And I thank God because of the opportunities which I'm getting. The classes, my May class, I had around 40 counselors I was teaching. This semester, I have over around 42 still counselors who I'm teaching. In the education program, I'm teaching teachers guidance and counseling so that they can reach out to the young ones they are teaching in secondary schools, in primary schools, who are still hurting. So that is my desire, to give on, to continue giving out. Thank you.
Yes, I hear you, and you've emphasized your role and scholarly perspective with counseling. But if you look at the County Government Act and you're a scholar, particularly on Section 55, A, B, C, D, up to J, I do not see the relationship between your authority as a scholar and 1A, provide for information and reporting on the extent to which values and principles referred to Article 10 and 232 of Constitution is complied to, provide organization, staffing, and function of the county public service in ways that ensure efficient, quality, and productive services. And C is provide for the institutions, in this case of county government, systems, mechanisms of human resource utilization and development in a manner that best enhances delivery of the county public service institution. D, provide a framework of uniform norms and standards to be applied in counties in respect to 1, establishment and abolition of offices, appointment of persons to odd or inactive capacity, confirmation of appointments, exercising disciplinary control over removal of persons holding or acting in those offices, provide for promotion of values and principles, provide for human resource management, career development practices, address staff shortages and barriers to staff mobility between the counties, and provide standards and promote ethical conduct. Provide establishment public service boards, establishment for the public service board, so to speak, make further provisions related to appeal with respect to the government public service. Now, your career and the objectives of the county public service, where as a member of the county public service board, you are supposed to come in and address the objectives is different from what you narrated. That's my concern.
Sir, with all due respect, I think what I'm doing is not different. Because there are the values.
Now convince me on the objectives, not one, because the collectivity of so many.
Okay.
The application of long acquired experience on the line of teaching, and then it's very rich CV in terms of teaching, in terms of counseling and all that. Now its application on a new job, and how then that it's going to be effective for the Makueni County Public Service to enjoy your execution of duties as a member of the board. Because the day-to-day business is not counseling, it's not teaching. For example, 90% of its management of the human resource, abolition of office, and I've read you've added. So, help me to see the relationship.
Okay, thank you, sir. When it comes to what I have and what Makueni County does, I'll bring in values. As an educator, and the mandate in which you are going to give me, if you give me, because if you so wish you are going to give me, I will be able to interact with members of the of different departments, members of different departments, and I will emphasize on the values. With the counseling, the values are very important. Our country is almost perishing because of lack of values. So I have to bring in, how do we bring the values back? The principles. In counseling, the principles of counseling are very important. The ethical part of it, the principles. And these principles are the ones which should be emulated everywhere, in every sector, in every department. And then,
show me
yeah,
how that will relate to a nurse in Kikumbulu North Dispensary at the border of Makueni and Kibwezi, a plant operator. The public service is a coalition, conglomerations of workers doing different duties. Board sits in office, and it's a collective duty, not an individual duty. So show me the relationship between now the action. Because you may be here, they are there, and there are no established mechanism for you to reach an individual as a member of the board. Because there are structures, there is lowest ranking, heads of department, until you arrive at directors, your chief officers, county executive committee members, disciplinary committees, until a specific issue reaches the board in terms of disciplinary or counseling and whatever more. How do you interface to ensure that that happens? Because of the structures that they have, which focuses more on service delivery and making decisions based on documentation and not interactions with employees on day-to-day management. Because that is the responsibility of directors, other officers, and presumably chief officers who will have delegated responsibility to oversee implementation of county public service board decisions. But the board will delegate to the accounting officers. So there's no direct interface to the employees. Yes.
Thank you. I'll bring in awareness to the members I'm going to meet in the county assembly, assuming that we are giving reports. Because we have issues outside there which are affecting almost all the workers. Mental health issues, they are there. And sometimes when some of them are being dismissed, I believe I can give something about these people who are being dismissed because of mental health issues. We have the lack of awareness, And also, as a member of county public service board, I will also bring in my input in job creation. Actually, Makueni being one of the leading sectors in agriculture and especially in food, we should leverage it to a higher level, because it is high time we started working out how do we solve the issue of unemployment in our county. Yet we are leading in fruit production. how do we network with other countries? I will just bring out this knowledge such that Makueni on the process, it will improve on their industry, on tourism, it will improve on service management, and every other sector in the industry. And we ask ourselves, how do we bring in other countries so that they can partner with Makueni County in such that our mangoes, I'm looking forward to see the January, February, when mangoes sometimes they rot in the farms, yet the world needs the mangoes. When our people, they are harvesting honey and throwing it away at a throwaway price, when this honey can be repackaged into smaller quantities and sold at a higher price.
Okay, I hear you, but just to conclude, the definition of the county public service means collectivity of individuals performing functions within any department of the county government or its agency, but does not include governor, deputy governor, members of the county executive committee, and members of the county assembly. So, the County Public Service Board manages the County Public Service. The County Public Service Board excludes the governor, deputy, and the elected members, and the ministers. But in terms of value addition, agriculture, honey processing, and other job opportunities, is the responsibility of executive committee member, minister, and technical people to do so. The board is related to the management of the workers in terms within the scope of the job description and what they are supposed to do. Hiring, firing, and all that. So I was trying to place my finger on the nexus so that I see the relationship. That is what I wanted to persuade me on. But I who's coming first? Second after me?
I can do it from me.
Okay, then I will allow Honorable Mbalo, then Honorable Kalunda, then yourself and the leader of the majority. Honorable Mbalo.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Mary Msioka, you sounded like a person who is applying vetted for ECM position. When you started talking about mango and what, I would have really wished you tackle issues which are HR related, human resource, because this is where you are supposed to be managed. Because when you talk of council, we have councillors in the hospitals. We have employed them. They have been employed in the hospitals. We have councillors who are doing that work. Okay, so the work of the board is cut out quite clearly different from issues of mangoes, because the ECM, anybody running for position, being vetted for position of ECM would tell us about how we can harvest our honeys, but our honey and our mangoes and package, but these are positions where you are supposed to manage the workforce. The challenges of workforce are cut out. I mean, they are in a different world of their own. They have their own challenges. And they are expecting the board to cut through such. It has nothing to do with mangoes, nothing to do with honey. It has something to do with the promotion, stagnation, employment, and moving from one level to another. You may not get in touch to cancel any of them, because that will be done by other councillors. You'll be locked in a corner up there where the offices are, in case you make it, because we have employed councillors as a county government, and they are doing their work. But the challenges we are facing is the workforce. I just wanted to put that. Maybe you'll have to say about that, but that is what I felt. Thank you.
Honorable Motindi, Elizabeth.
May I first respond to that?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Now, when it comes to the duties of the County Public Service Board, whereby there is the creating, that is you create and you abolish the duties, the offices accordingly. You will have to look for the need assessment. as a councillor, as a member of the County Public Service Board, we'll have to look for the need assessment. I will not be doing it alone. I'm with other people, other members. And we are not doing it from our own. It has to come from the departments. So we are not working separate. It is not creating the County Public Service Board and then you tell them, now go work. We are not working like that. We are just working from what has been there and what the departments have. So the different departments, they will still be directing with them. That is what I believe. And from the different departments, they are the ones who will come up with the outcry. We need more employees. We need to employ. And then the need assessment has to be done from the county department. After that, ours is only to ask, how many do you need? How many workers do you need? Which level, which grade do you need? That's now the duty of and then from there, we'll move on to create. And then we'll declare the vacant positions in whichever department, whether it's a department of health, agriculture, department of whichever department, we then declare vacant positions. And then after that, advertisement will be done. After the advertisement is done, we'll have to have shortlisting. And I think this is the roles, the duties of the County Public Service Board. And then after the advertisement, we'll have to select. And the ones who succeed...
Just a minute, Chair, without cutting you short. Yeah. I'm getting the point you're saying. You have a lot of passion for counselling. You are cut out to be a councillor. But to be a board member is very different from a councillor. And Chair, she has a lot of passion. I can see she really needs people to counsel. It's only that I'm trying to relate what her passion is with what she's going to do there. And there might be some gaps there because you have that passion. But to put it together, there is a bit of challenge unless you put it different. I'm okay with my question. Maybe somebody else. Thank you.
Elizabeth?
Thank you, Chair. Just to Dr. Mary, the board operates 2 committees. Do you know, can you mention any 2 committees that the board operates through? The County Public Service Board, there are committees within it, subcommittees that help in the different roles. Which 2 can you mention?
We have the ad hoc committee, and then the other one is just disappearing from my mind.
The ad hoc. Okay, there are actually 4, but I wanted you to mention just 2. Okay. So what do you think will be your day-to-day role if you're given this position as a member of the board? How can you describe your day from morning to evening? What kind of activities will you be carrying out?
Thank you.
Yeah. How does an ideal working day look for you exactly?
I believe it will be like this, that there are days in our office we'll meet the departmental heads. They will just come to our office, they meet with us, and they tell us. And sometimes it will be our duty to move to the stakeholders. We'll also move out from our office, go to the stakeholders to see what are the needs of the people. We'll also be reporting to the county assembly. Sometimes there are days when we are supposed to report to the county assembly. Sometimes we'll be supposed to give special reports to the governor and also the county assembly. And sometimes we'll be taking part, maybe in participation on the issues of day-to-day issues which come in our hands.
What challenges would you would you say that our staff or our workforce in Makueni is facing, and how would you come in handy in solving them?
Thank you. Some of the issues which might come is the general issues which are also emanating from our country. That is number one, corruption issues. Corruption issues is high because people are not holding to the values and the principles, actually the ones which are given in the Constitution. And corruption, that one will be one of the issues. Another issue will be finance, mismanagement of finances. Maybe in the departments, and somebody from the department, they are forwarded to us. Maybe they want to dismiss the person because of such issues of like fraud, embezzlement of funds. And you know, it's us now to actually deliberate on that. We will have also issues like finances which are not there, budgetary. Sometimes there will be interference with the government, and sometimes these becomes real problems.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Kalunda.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I didn't want to ask questions, but I would just start with the CV, of Daktari, where she has a BA, Bachelor of Education, between 2008 and 2010, June 2010. That's close to around 20-something months, number of months. Well, she explained that she had some carryovers from higher diploma, but my specific question will go to the PhD in counseling, where she got admitted in 2020, and in less than 24 months, she graduated in July 2022. Because I believe PhD programs are standards. You cannot have a PhD in less than 3 years, even outside this country. I wished also to get a clarification on that, because a PhD program is a PhD program, and I expected that to be in more than 36 months. Then two, I also keenly I listened, but I got lost in many of the deliberations, because most of your questions, while you trying to answer them, they are not relevant to the vetting we are doing today, because we are doing a vetting for public service board. It's like a public service commission, international one, where we want to see your relevance in your education and your education and experience, and how it will help the county of Makueni to manage the public service. That has also not come out very clearly.
What is your question, President?
My question is on
because you have asked the first question. The second one you are interrogating. You are here for questions.
Yes, I will not. I understand that, but I just wanted to relate it, because on policy, because what our candidate is telling us is not the policy on matters public service. She is speaking to an implementation matrix, and I doubt I can relate that. And maybe I'm lost alone in this committee, but that is largely contributing to why I'm asking this question. Then the other one, on if we give you this opportunity to serve the people of Makueni, don't you see you will have challenges, even conflicting with either your peers in the board and also your juniors, because it may beg a lot of questions with your juniors. If you are telling them to do mango juice and something like that, and we expect you to give us the policy on that, it becomes a problem. So can you explain to us also? We want to relate this because we are online, we are on public space. Everybody is watching this committee now, and we have not been able to follow on anything we have tried to ask you. Can you relate us with the conflict you will expect and how you will solve it? I want to congratulate you for the counseling bit. You are a specialist in that. I want to recognize that. But can you help this committee to unravel the bit to do with you conflicting with your juniors and peers when it comes to matters with public service, and especially public service board, where it is a big organization headed by you as the person in charge of strategy of this county. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I was also asking myself on the time frames. If, for example, you want to do something, will you instill a culture of strictly following the charter, the service charter for the Public Service Board? And how will you do that? And how will you check it against the expectation of the public? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Let me start by addressing the first issue which you talked about. That is my academic 2008 to 2010. I said that initially I had done my higher diploma. This was American. I did it here in Kenya with Kenya Institute of Professional Counseling. I didn't expect credit transfer from it. I went to the university, African Nazarene University, and I presented what I have, the certificates I had. My CPE certificate, that is CPE certificate, my Form 4 certificate, my Form 6 certificate, and my higher diploma certificates. They were taken by the university. It went through the due process. They are the ones who called me and told me that I should work towards my graduation when I was in class, because they had given me credit transfers. And I accepted that. Credit transfers, I paid for them the way they are supposed to be done. And that is how I got my bachelor education in that duration of time. Credit transfers, because it was American. And African Nazarene, being an American university in Kenya, almost an education is just like that one in the US. Because if you look at my certificate there, you'll see what is happening today. What is happening today. And for all the students who have learned in African Nazarene, it has been an advantage to the CBE curriculum which is there. Because all those units, the ones which are being learned today, they were trained to us during those years by African Nazarene through the American system, the education which they had. And that is how I qualified for my Bachelor of Education within that time. About my PhD program, which I did in 2020 to 2022. Those are not 2 years, those are 3 years. And it's again American. If you want to learn fast, go to these other developed countries. In Africa, especially in our country, we have the bottleneck programs, whereby they will hold such that we don't have the progression of people going to the PhD program. And I thank God, because these things are coming up right at the moment at Daystar. We are really working very hard towards making sure that the students graduate, they progress from certificate to diploma, getting their credit transfers, authentic education. And actually we are almost about to shift from the kind of exams whereby we have exams being subjected to students to other forms of assessment. And this one is in line with what is happening with the CBE. I don't think whether
just a moment.
Yeah.
I didn't want to waste a lot of time, Honorable Chair. I've also listened.
We are spending time, not wasting.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't want to spend a lot of time on this subject, but university education is regulated. That's one by Commission for University Education. That time it was Commission for Higher Education. It changed to Commission for University Education. Like when you want to transfer units, you cannot have credit transfer for more than a quarter of your program. That's in the statutes. I have taught in the university for the longest, and those are the things you have to follow. On number 2, it is like, you see, I didn't want also this debate because there is a law to that effect. There are statutes, there are university statutes which are regulated by Commission for University Education. And that's why we also get amazed sometimes where students want to have an easy ride to get to the job market. Within 2 years you go to the job market and you don't have the relevant skills and also the expertise. That's why I'm asking this, because myself, I have gone through these systems. I have made syllabuses for degree programs. The degree program at Jomo Kenyatta and Dedan Kimathi is my input also. So those are the things I want to say, because you cannot have a credit transfer of more than a quarter of your units. Even previously, when Honorable Mbalu were also in the first degrees, those times, it was under and it was very difficult for you to transfer more than a quarter of your program. And that is why we are asking these questions. When we are asking the questions, we are not like trying to debilitize you. We want to have a conversation to see how you are able to do these things. We are also, like I told you, and there are people who want to follow to see whether it is true this can happen. So when you look at these questions, it's not personalized questions. These are questions which are helping us, between us and you also, to improve on these semantics. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. But on the transfer, there is no problem. On the PhD, if there is an easy way to become a doctor, then it is a big question for Commission for University Education. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I think my PhD certificate is verified by Q, Commission of Higher Education, and it's there. The letter is there from the Commission of Higher Education.
Very well. We'll look into that. Honorable Kisundu Agaret.
Thank you.
You have a question? Proceed.
Thank you, Dr. Mel. And I think so far so good. I think the best you can do to this committee is to tell them you want to learn on the job so many things, and what they are, you are a mother, and your age allows you even to control boards. When you meet some board members who are probably erratic, you can do a lot. And because there are so many things you have been asked by my colleagues, which probably you didn't research while coming in. But we are happy that we have a mother who can perform in that board. And I think what we need is for you to do more research. If it happens that you pass through this interview and you are appointed, we also need you to do a lot, so that, because there are so many things which needs to be done in that board. But we you know, you have to pass this particular stage, the stage we are in. But if you get the chance, we would wish you go there and try to grasp it, what actually is required of you. Because if I ask you these questions, I don't expect you are very much prepared for them. But very good, I know your foundation, I know what you are doing to children and mothers and a lot of things. You are doing a lot of counseling. I know her, so let me declare that interest. I know she's doing a lot for our communities.
Interview, and I now invite you to make remarks, if any, which may not have to do anything with the performance in this interview. They are off-card marks. Proceed if you have any, please. Questions or remarks?
Thank you. What I have is just an input because of right at the moment, the Gen Zs, the young people, they are out there and their outcry. Their outcry maybe is not being addressed by people. The joblessness of our young people and the high population of these people who are not getting employment. And from the interview panel here, what I've got is just to get into the County Public Service Board. It will just be an entry point for me. Mine is to get in and maybe star the ones who are seated in this office. All of us to think on how are we going to create job opportunities for the young people, the Gen Zs. And Makueni can be a place for benchmarking. The resources we have, and the fact that soon we are going to have that bucket dam, giving us water, it's high time we started thinking of how, and because we have, the climate is very favorable, we have enough sunlight in this place, and getting water will be an added value. So we should ask ourselves, how do we add value to whatever we are producing at the moment, such that it reaches the job market? In my CV here, I've not put something like in 2023, I went to Strathmore. I was being prepared for my retirement. I went to Strathmore for 2 weeks, and it was about SME. That is small and medium enterprises. And I just got into the training to ask myself, what can I do? What can our people do to help the young people? And yes, I have my farm at Kisau. I'm producing mangoes. I was challenged by the lecturers and the professors who were taking us to do that. Yes, you are producing mangoes, because actually from there, I have, right at the moment in my phone, I have the production from my farm. The oranges, the pixels, the mangoes, and what have you. And I know every other person from especially this other area which is producing these crops, they are producing that. And then I was challenged to partner with somebody outside so that now I can grow the crops and they go outside there. And then I declined that offer. I said I'm not going to go that direction. Why can't we have cottage industries in every sub-location? Whereby our mangoes, we are not even going to wait for them to ripen. We have industries whereby we will capture the mangoes when they are almost mature, and we process them and we take them to the outside world. The other days, a friend of mine went to Seychelles, and she told me that at Seychelles 2 weeks ago, a lemon is more than 100 shillings, one lemon. And I can just imagine the number of oranges we can grow in Makueni. And how we can tap that job market. These young people, the Gen Zs, we are saying that they have no jobs. We can have jobs in Seychelles and in another country, whereby we are only growing, and we have collection centers. And collection centers which are going to favor the farmer. We have our industry, yes, for mango processing, but I rarely take my mangoes there because I won't grow the mangoes and sell them at 5 shillings, throwaway price. And that is the cry of many farmers. So I'm looking for an opportunity whereby we are going to engage the young people such that we find them different countries selling our fruits. In Dubai, a bunch of kales, sukuma wiki, is more than 300 shillings. And with water, with the sunlight, why can't we have, and the town, the city, Konza city is in our docket. Why can't we have flights from Konza city taking kales to Dubai and those other countries? If one bunch is only 300 shillings, it's my cry, so that we can find out. I stir everybody so that we can think outside the box. Not only the job of the current public service board, but I stir everybody so that we can create jobs for our young people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much and for expressing your interest to Makueni. It was a pleasure hosting you this afternoon. Sanjay Adams, you will escort the nominee through the corridors. Wish you all the best. Thank you. Dr. Mary.
Thank you.
If this is FCPS Sylvester Ngeki.
Yes, that's my name, Chair.
Now, Sylvester, you are here. You know why you're here?
Yes, Chair. I'm very much aware.
Yes. After you applied for a position of a member of the County Public Service Board.
Yes.
Through the selection panel, the governor nominated you to appear before this assembly. But firstly, before you take the report of the assembly, you must be processed by the respective committee on appointment on this matter.
Yes.
It's on that basis that we have invited you for this vetting exercise. We placed your name on a newspaper. Many times there are recruitment that take place, but they are not placed, and people are not invited for interviews or candidate interviews through a newspaper. It's a different one because it's a high-ranking, serious position in the public service, not limited to Makueni County. Therefore, we will have an engagement with you this afternoon to ascertain your suitability and qualifications, both oral and the documentations, to satisfy ourselves before we prepare a report and submit to the County Assembly for consideration, which is approval or disapproval. So thank you so much. We shall proceed in this manner. 1, I will ask the clerk to administer oath or affirmation. And then after that, we'll request you hand over your original testimonials, an officer who collects them. And after that, I will conduct a round of introduction. And then we will get into the business that was scheduled for today with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Clerk, administer oath or affirmation.
County Assembly of Makueni, oath, affirmation of nominee for appointment to position of member, Makueni County Public Service Board, appearing before the Makueni County Assembly Select Committee on Appointments, FCPS Sylvester Gay Kieni, having been nominated for appointment to serve as the member, Makueni County Public Service Board, do swear that the information evidence that I shall give before this select committee on appointments shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
session for introduction. My name is Douglas Bidding. I'm the chairperson of the County Committee on Appointments.
Welcome. My name is Kisuke Olateke, the majority leader in the County Assembly of Makueni, and also a member of this committee.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Jens Kanunda, member for Kikumbulio South and also the leader of minority. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Mutindi, a Wiper nominee and a member of this committee. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jackson Bello, member of this committee.
Esther Musau, Director Legislative Services.
Research Officer.
Janet Atuzogwe from the Legal Department.
Pedana Mkali, Sergeant at Arms Department.
Mr. Kidu, request you to introduce yourself in two folds. Introduce yourself to us now that you have introduced ourselves to you. One, the person of Sylvester Kiri, and your academic progression from the lowest to FCPA, if I'm right, and tell us what that means. Two, the professional development from the earliest to the latest, and the aspiring. And why need for aspiring? We'll come to that. It is important to know that these proceedings are on record and they are live, both on YouTube and social media, for your information. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, for according me this opportunity to demonstrate my suitability as a member of Makueni County Public Service Board. My name is FCPA Sylvester Geikini. For my education background, I started my standard 1 in 1973 at Kimomo Primary School, 10 kilometers from here. And then my father had some business interests in Mali, and he moved me when I was in standard 5 to go and study in Kiliku Primary School in Bitini. Then that was 1977. 1979, I did my KCP, my CPE then. And 1980, I went to Kaskeo Secondary School in Kelome. And then in 1984 and 1985, I went to Mumbuni High School for my A-levels. 1987 to 1990, I went to University of Nairobi, where I did a Bachelor of Commerce. I graduated with accounting option by the end of that year, 1990, around December. That is the academic perspective. On the professional perspective, I'm an accountant by profession, chair, honorable members, and I began my career in 1995 when I went to Strathmore for evening classes. And then 1998, I qualified as a certified public accountant. Chair, honorable members, in 2000, I was admitted and given a practicing certificate as an accountant. And I'm a member of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya. In year 2021, Chair, because of my contribution to the accounting profession, I was given a commendation. Commendation is a certificate which you get for exemplary service to the profession. In year 2024, 29th November, Chair, I was given a fellowship. A fellowship, when you are given a fellowship, Chair, this is a demonstration. You have exemplarily done so much in the accounting profession in terms of training, in terms of mentoring, mentorship, in terms of capacity building, and so many arenas. And that is when I got the name EPSPA. We are just slightly over 200, over the 40,000 accountants in this country. And that is now, I've reached the apex of the accounting profession. When you reach, that's just like the lawyers, the counsel. So that is where I am. Honorable Chair, honorable members, and we thank God for that. I personally thank God for that. The other aspect, did I get you correct, Chair? You wanted me also to talk about my employment. Yes. Thank you so much. When I graduated, Chair, in 1990, I was employed by a local auditing firm which was very famous, Waithaka Kiari. I worked until for 4 years, and they merged with the buyer. Then it was called Waithaka Kiari and Buyer. I started as a semi-senior. They merged. When they merged with the Buyer and Associates, they were called Waithaka Kiari and Buyer, an auditing firm which was auditing big companies, including Intelemonte. In 1999, they separated, and I was reporting to the partner. I was a manager, audit manager. The Buyer, then I moved with the Buyer in 1999 until 2001. And then 2002, sorry, Chair, honorable members, I got an opportunity with international firm, the Big Four, Ernst & Young, as an assistant manager, where I worked, to be very precise, until May 2005. And then an opportunity appeared in the public sector, that is the Office of the Auditor General, and I applied. I became Deputy Director of Audit. For the last 20 years, Chair, that is the office I've been until I retired on 7th July this year. I rose through the ranks for the next 3 years, from 2005 to 2008. I was promoted to a Director of Audit, in charge of like 100 clients. And from 2008 to 2014, to be very precise, I was promoted to the Deputy Auditor General, in charge of financial audit services and over 1,000 clients. And that is where I've really done a lot of work from 2014 to July. And probably, Chair, honorable members, the exposure which I got, I think it's important to inform this committee. I have interacted with the national governments, the county governments. I have done a lot of, I've supervised, I've reviewed the reports. And Chair, honorable members, I have seen the challenges which are in the county government. And I have come to realize, Chair, at a trip to Singapore, and I noted that country with no natural resources, they developed because of human resource development. There are issues. When you look at our audit reports, which were my former office, there's a section which is called compliance. There's another section, sorry?
Yes. Allow me to stop there.
Yes.
So that you don't dilute the introduction.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, sorry. My apology. Honorable
So
Chair,
that
honorable members.
We move to the next question systematically because you've done the introduction bit. Now, you retired when?
7th July this year.
At the age of
60.
The age of 60.
Yes.
And at the age of 60, instead of retreating to your farm and paving way for the young ones, you're applying for a job to tie yourself again so much. What is the relevance of the knowledge that you have and the experience that you have that you think is so important to work for the county government of Makueni, and that without you there will be a miss?
Thank you.
Otherwise, you should have paved way for your son, because at the age of 60, your son should be over 25 or not.
That's a very valid question.
Yes.
And that's the reason why I specifically chose Makueni, not another county where I was born. Chair, when it comes to governance, if the youth don't have knowledge on governance, any position on board is for governance. I was a board member of Public Sector Accounting Standard Board, and the issues of knowledge, wisdom, they are required at the board levels. Today, Dr. Kenyon is the chair at the 70 years of KCB because of the wealth of knowledge. If it was to come and work the nitty-gritty, it's not possible. But I have a dream. This is the place I've been born. Chair, I've contributed so much to the national profession. They recognized me. I've contributed so much to the office. They have recognized me. I decided, and this is from my bottom of my heart, I need to come and put value in terms of human development so that we can have a strategy as a board to see if we can improve our human resource process. I bring in my knowledge wealth because I've audited actually more than 90% of the counties in this country. And the biggest challenge is in the workforce. Raw morale, the motivated staff. And if strategies are brought on board, ideas, wealth, I want to do something before I exit in this world so that I can leave a legacy in my county where I was born. So that is my motivating factor. I have a lot of wealth because when it talks about the respective laws, talk about employment laws, talk about the labor laws relations, talk about the human resource manuals of the county, talk about the best practices. If they can be put in place, Chair, honorable members, we can have a motivated staff because that is the only resource which is within our control. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, further to that, would you demonstrate, because I can see your certificate has to do with the Bachelor of Commerce, FCPA, you said it's the highest ranking accountant?
Yes.
Attained.
Yes.
Here we are discussing County Public Service Board.
Yes.
And the responsibility of the County Public Service Board is, has to do with the management of the County Public Service. Now, what is the relationship between your experience and knowledge in auditing and in the independent office of the Auditor General and the objectives of the County Public Service? One being, provide evaluation and reporting on extent to which values and principles referred to in Article 10 and 232. Just listen to what is the relevance, the importance of your knowledge and as FCPA to provide on how to provide for the organization, staffing and functioning of county public service in ways that ensure efficient, quality and productive services to the people of Makueni County. C, what is the relationship and the nexus between that knowledge and experience that you claimed with C, providing for the institution, systems and mechanisms of human resource utilization. Another one, how is it related to the provisions of human resource management and career development practices? How is it related with the provision of framework of uniform norms and standards to be applied in all counties in respect to 1, establishment and abolition of offices, appointment of persons, confirmation of appointment, exercising disciplinary control, and then lastly address staff shortages, barriers, and whatever. So human resource is a professional on its own. Accounting is a professional on its own. So where's the nexus? Because you would have done better as a chairperson, audit committee for the county executive or county assembly, in my view. So don't you think so? I'm persuaded so. What makes you think that you are better off in these public service and human resource to almost to a tune of 87% than an accounting field which you've been for some time?
Thank you, Chair. That's a very nice question. First of all, Chair, as I've told you, in the audit report which we do, there's a compliance. And this compliance is purely on adherence to the regulations, to the laws, to the Constitution. And as I've said, the issue of HR, we as a person, as a Deputy Auditor General, when I was reviewing these files, when I have reviewed all the main counties, the biggest bottleneck, Chair, it is on the HR development. I have all the roles and acts in my fingertips. I know what is troubling the county government when it comes to HR development. Again, HR development, the County Public Service Board, Chair, it is about corporate. It has independence, just like the Office of the Auditor General. When we look at the workforce of Makueni, which is, I think, could be more than 4,000, if I use my knowledge, which I use to audit, because I must audit. When we are auditing, compliance is very key. We are talking about the labor force. We are talking about the wage bill, the 35%. We are talking about a third of deduction. We are talking about 30%, which at the entry level. So with this kind of knowledge, because most of these issues have already come into my knowledge, and they are sitting in my knowledge here, Chair, honorable members, I think I will be of value addition to the other members. The issue of the audit, really, when we talk about the audit committee, in fact, you can talk about the audit committee, but Chair, I wanted an area I will be able to make impact to the county. Having audited most of the counties, Chair, the audit committee, you will find to some extent they will just give their recommendations, but it will just touch on issues of the internal controls processes. Here, I want to be part of the process. If you can allow, if the honorable chair, honorable members, you can allow me, I'll be part of the process. Because these are the issues as auditors we have been raising year in, year out. So, I have seen a niche, if you can allow me and you give me the opportunity to come and demonstrate how we can be able to improve the HR, because HR is the way to go. Finances, we have challenges, but HR, that is what we call resource, which you can build it the way Singapore did, because they didn't have anything.
Chair, thank you. I think
Honorable Kesunge,
the nominee actually tried to go through the north on these particular issues about the County Public Service Board, and we congratulate you for that.
Thank you, honorable member.
Because it seems you really want to be with us and work for the people of Makueni. I have just two questions about just about this particular position, which if in case you get it. One, we are doing vetting and we expect to get people from different backgrounds, and you might end up, because you don't know, you are not selecting the people to work with. We are doing that. You might end up getting people who probably will not grasp the facts the way you are putting them, or people who have probably never been into a public office the way you have been to a public office, people who have never interacted with the financial reports the way you've done, and probably people who may not understand some of the things you understand, because being a former civil servant, you have that particular knowledge. So how will you relate with these people in the board? In other words, could it be, if we succeed in putting you there, that there will be conflict from the word go? Because you may think they are not doing the right thing, because you have the knowledge they don't have, you know. So we would like to know, how will you handle your colleagues, because you don't know them, and it's us who are blessing them. So you will find yourself with people who are not, whom probably you never met previously. Second one, if you happen to be in that board, and I can see you are a member of so many organizations and welfares, so I expect your circle of friends is so huge. And you know what happens? After you get a position in the board, everybody will want to have their child employed by Makueni County. This is a fact. They will start calling you. If after retirement your phone was a bit relaxed, it will get busy. So what will happen if everybody from all these welfares, the Blessed Family Welfare, which you are a member, Gen Welfare, BOG, Kimumoni, Treasurer, St. Mary's Catholic, all these churchgoers, the people you have been interacting with, even the office of the AOG, even somebody from Western, if they hear that now that you work with the board of Makueni, they want their children employed. What will happen? Thank you.
Honorable Member, you have asked a very, very, very valid question. And thank you for that. Because that is the area I thrive. Let me start with the first one. As I've indicated when I was starting this, I like making impact. And when I was the Deputy Auditor General, I had more than 200 professionals under me. And the best thing, that's the reason, Chair, this requirement is you must have a degree. Anybody who is knowledgeable, it's always good to mentor. I am happy when I'm disseminating knowledge. I am happy when I'm building a team. Because I know, if this board fails, I will also fail. In fact, I will be so much willing. Because there will be, of course, sensitization and what have you. Where, because I know each and every board member will have their expertise. The others will be economics, engineers, will bring all this together. And from the word go, I always say, I'm a team player as well as I'm a team leader. Why am I saying this? At the Office of the Auditor General, I'm the one who started the audit committee. They picked me from scratch. And then because of independence, the audit committee, they got members from outside. I continued being a member until I retired. And that my contribution was so valid. So I'm very, one person who looks things in 3 dimensions. And in fact, that one doesn't worry me at all. It only where I am also eager to add value. So people cannot be of the same cadre. People cannot be of the same knowledge. People cannot be of the same profession. But the basic entry point is a degree. Any officer who is having a degree will be able to grasp issues and matters very fast because they are not cast on stone. So I'm very much comfortable. I will not feel intimidated. In fact, I will be like their servant. Child of Makueni, Honorable Chair, honorable members, when you look at Article 10 of the Constitution, Article 10 of the Constitution, the values and principles of leadership. There's an aspect there: integrity, transparency, accountability. To me, for the last 35 years I've been in this profession, that is a brand I have to build. And let me be truthful to the members. It's always good to follow the law. I've allowed this board to search from where I've worked, including the office of the Auditor General. I will stand by the law, even if it's on my own child. Why? Because when I learned the history of Singapore, which was started by the Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew, he did not tolerate mediocrity. That's the reason why Singapore, they are where they are. So, if the law is followed, let us get the right officer at the right place. That is the only way we are going to perform as a county. And that one I'm telling you from the bottom of my heart. That is what I practice. Even when I was in practice, I was called a man of integrity and accountability. That is what I can promise this committee.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask, you'll be joining, if you make it, you'll be joining as a team player, not a leader. You'll be
a team player, yes.
Because interpersonal relationship and skills on how to mingle with colleagues can have, either if you miss it, you can have a very good idea and nobody will buy.
Sure.
It's a question of how to submit one another and even accept sometimes to be led and bring people together.
Yes.
I hope you'll be able to come up with that, because I know you have that knowledge. And not many people with that knowledge, if you don't apply it wisely, you may not be able to achieve. Because you can easily be marked by your colleagues and feel that you are trying to teach them. I hope you will be able to balance that act. Are you able to balance that? Even sometimes seem like you don't know to learn and see how you can correct, take a bend. That is just a comment. I want to ask you, the employees within the county, you meet some who are demoralized, others have stagnated. There's no much money flowing to promote, others are feeling they are neglected. What strategy do you use to enhance staff motivation and productivity within the county public service?
Thank you. I don't know whether, am I audible?
Yeah, it should be open. Sergeant. And there might be you can add these two questions. How will you ensure the board remains independent yet cooperative with the county executive and assembly? Okay, it's working.
Thank you. Okay, I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you, honorable member. And that's a very valid question. In fact, that is the question I've been waiting for, staff motivation. And that is what I'm saying, that is the biggest challenge we are having. Because some of the issues to deal with staff motivation, you find issues like confirmation, redesignations, appraisals, some of those things when they are late, when their issues are not addressed, you find there's a problem. And this is something which we have, because I was also I was the assistant to the deputy auditor general when it comes to the executive committee, which was the top boss body. it's important to take all the aspects into consideration and have a dashboard and be able to prioritize which are the major issues. If it's something like staff promotions, then as committees, because I understand there will be committees. Any board where I was, it was working through committees. The committees need to deliver. As committees, we come, depending on the committee you are, if there is committee for recruitment, then that committee needs to take this work seriously. So the best thing is, and that's what I'm saying, I can be a team leader and as well as a team player. This time I'll be playing as a team player. I'll be able to encourage my colleagues. We need to have a dashboard. We need to have updates. What are the issues? So, and we go to the core issues and tackle those issues. I know, even if there is backlog, but that is something which we can be handled properly. We have issues we know we have issues which will be beyond our control, like the issues of the wage bill. But we will still continue consulting with SRC, because understand, even these consultations and what have you, it can help. So in my view, we'll look at the core issues and prioritize them and be able to handle these issues one by one. But coming up with SWOT analysis is very important, Honorable Member. What is having a problem? And we give that one to priority. Board independence, that's a very, very important question. Between the county assembly, between the county executive, we know the County Public Service Board is a creation of of course the Constitution is there. It has created that. Should be Article 235 if I'm not, 235 if I'm not right, 235. So this county is coming to serve the interest of the people of Makueni and people of Makueni, the staff. Now, it's important to understand under which environment we are operating from. There will be the county assembly. There will be the county executive. It's important where the law is being violated. It's good to point out. As the Public Service Board, of course, in a polite manner, it's good to have a dialogue. It's good to have an engagement. I'll be willing for engagement, for dialogue, and provide my Solomonic wisdom in case there is a conflict. Because it's through Solomonic wisdom you find some of these things are resolved. I have resolved them in the office, even with the clients. So there's no need of antagonistic approach, no. So long as you can be able to demonstrate, you explain, if we got this, because of course we have another body watching us, the auditors. If you raise an issue and then you find this issue as come to the Senate, there's no need. It's always good to solve the problem before it escalates at a higher level. And then that way we are going to build a very credible county. Like at the moment, the county of Makueni, and that's the reason why I chose. It is rating highly when it comes to issues of integrity. I saw it in the papers. You were rated so well. And there is even the harmonious working relationship. I think I should be able to be a board member, fit in very well. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's just about what you just finished explaining, the independence of the Public Service Board. But now you know there are politicians in Makueni. They are everywhere, from Mutitwande to Tulemani. Politicians in the form of MCAs, senators, women rep, and MPs, everybody. Now, have you ever had political interest in your career? Do you intend to have, do you have some plans to go for political office? Are you planning to stay in that particular office for the term we are talking about of 6 years? And what would be, because it's not necessarily the county assembly and the county executive, you'll also be interfacing with the other political offices. So what's your take on politics?
Thank you, Chairman. Politics is a way of life. I'm sorry, I'm not a politician. I don't plan to be one until I exit in this world. That's my plan. Not for bad reason, but because each one has his or her own gate in life. Mine is governance, corporate governance. And that's the reason why I was very specific when I chose to be a board member. That is the line. When I'm not looking at my sheep and the fixers and mangoes, then I will be comfortably disseminating law issues on governance and share that wealth which I have acquired for the last 35 years. Because I've interacted with so many, I'm talking about more than 1,000 entities, which I have. When you're auditing, you interact with all spectrum of that entity, and you acquire a lot of knowledge. So to answer your question, I don't intend to be a politician anywhere. Not even in Kenya.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I don't want to ask a lot of questions, but at least I have to also recognize his authority in speaking, and also sometimes he's about to bang these tables so that the points get home. That one I like that. It's not a small thing for me. I liked how you want to make sure that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask about, him. He has wide spectrum in terms of audit, and sometimes when we put people in some positions and they have some authority in some professions, it is a problem sometimes, but if used well, we can benefit from the audit part. But you are speaking about audit, and of course you are an authority in that. So does your audit profession, the previous experience you have, going to impede the progress of this county, and especially on HR matters? Because you may tell maybe the chair who may be in that this is not possible because I'm the one who is auditing, or you need a conversation to have this kind of a solution to the county HR or county public service. So that is one. But I have seen you've nodded to say no. Two, you've talked about even committees, subcommittees. You can mention maybe two subcommittees, because I know you want maybe to influence through committees, which is a very good thing. The next one. I was very keen when you were talking about the age. Honorable Speaker is my elder, but that was my question, because I want to speak for the young people of this county, that their positions are not being taken by people who have amassed enough knowledge and wealth, and now they want to still get a small share of what the young people can get. You need also to convince, because it's not me alone. Young people are watching through the social media platforms. You need to convince them that you are not coming here to eat their cake. I hope you understand that.
Very well.
The last one, you've talked about motivation of staff, and it's like managing some staff, which you may not, because at the board you may not manage a market sweeper in Kibwezi, but there is a way you need to influence to have your policy directly or indirectly get to be exercised at that place. How will you manage? Because you are saying you will come here to change some stuff. You know, some of the directions may get lost on the way. How will you make sure that those directions and positions the county public service board is taking is going to help the people by making sure that whatever you agree is going to be exercised at the lowest level, where you don't have any close proximity with. So please, you also need to speak to that effect. Then the thing to do with the stiff-necked auditors, you need also to make it very clear. That question I asked about stiff-necked auditors who want to be all over the place. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Thank you. Honorable Member, those are very valid questions. The first one, Chair, I'm usually a very humble leader. Very humble leader. I would interact with even the officers, the junior officers. Sometimes I would call them in my office and somebody comes and starts tripping. I told them to settle down. Only to hear they could not understand my humility. I'm a very simple person. Very simple. I'm an auditor. Very simple. The only issue is integrity. But when it comes to integrity, that one, but the rest, I'm a very simple Sylvester Kiini, who was just born 10 kilometers from here. Very simple. And I work with those the spectrum. Be it a junior, be it a senior, be it a middle, I'm very comfortable. I don't have that ego of no, I'm a boss, no. That's not me. I can assure you, I can give you my assurity. That honorable member, that is me. So humility, accountants, actually it's only auditors. Honorable member, we have been teaching, myself personally, the auditors. It is not now the blood owned, but it is value addition. What is key is what value are you adding? Because the essence of auditor, that kind of, when you see with the auditors who come to, we have been trying to counsel and mentor them so that they can take clients as stakeholders in increasing service delivery. And that is the approach. Committees names, you have told me to name two. I know there must be a training committee because I must train this market sweeper down there. It's important. And I think it's good to have training programs for all this. And it's a requirement when you look at the Labor Laws Act 2007. It's a requirement. At least to be trained for some time. They will be motivated. When we were in the office, even the support staff are taken on training. And for sure, it is so fair, honorable members, honorable speakers. If they don't be trained, or now they can deliver, how do you expect them, honorable members, honorable chair, for these officers to start to deliver? The age space, honorable member, honorable chair, I will still say it again. This space, not my, it is in the spectrum of corporate governance. It requires a person of wealth of experience. We are talking about managing the policies, the procedures, structures, manpower development of 4,000 staff. You bring somebody from the university to come and do that, they can start there. This is I have no problem with that. But you also climb the ladder so that they can deliver at that higher level. Because you'll be having a challenge. Because some of these things requires somebody who has knowledge to deliver. And there will be a bottleneck, sure. If somebody doesn't have this spectrum and border. And I've said, board or globally, it's for those who have wealth of knowledge. Go to the corporate world, even in the board, who has a lot of, we are talking about whatever ideas it brings about governance. I like them. I talked about that when I said, even if it's my own son, I will be very polite. Let them just apply like the others. And let the due process go. And it is even in our office. I was in charge. Sometimes I'm elected to be a panel. Let that person go through the due process. Because, Chair, I'm sorry to say this. You have said I'm a Christian. That is true. I'm a Catholic by faith. But what I believe, I think we can take this country far if we adopt honest anti-meritocracy. That is the only thing which will take us far. So, I'll tell them just to do what? Let them apply the normal way if they make it. Because it's a collective responsibility of the committee members. It's a collective responsibility of the board members. And again, look at our audit reports. The audit reports where you find the officers did not make it in the top, yet they have been able. Now it is a public issue. How will now that county government going to handle that matter? How will the Public Service Board handle that matter? So I think the best way, honorable members, honorable chair, let us just follow the law. And that's the reason why the law was created. I believe so. Because where the law is not followed, then it becomes a challenge. And when we follow the law, let me tell you, we are going to have a prosperity in our country. That is what I can say. And that is what I can tell this committee. I'm just being very polite. I'm not firm, but I'm just saying it's good to be polite, but firm. Thank you.
No more questions.
Very well, Mr. King, we have heard you. I'm an issue related to, where is that document? I have a question related to your net worth.
Yes.
So how rich are you? I'm saying you because it's your family.
Yes.
Unless you're hiding some property from your family. Where is it? Is that comment? 20? Yes. Your total net worth, the state of your financial net worth.
Yes, I've indicated there.
Is this public?
Yeah, it's 90. When it comes to valuation of assets, land, buildings,
90 shillings.
90 million.
Okay.
When it comes to market value and valuation, and it's important to note that I've indicated there, even in those the ESCC, the 2 years we submit statements, I've indicated those assets I own with my wife.
Yes. Okay, what is it? Yes, Honorable Mtindi?
No.
No.
The wife is in the register. In there? Okay. The wife is the gallery.
Yeah, she said she's seated here. So she knows, she's aware.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, we are not hiding anything. She's aware. We own the investments with her.
I didn't know that old men have to be taken to interviews
No, that is honest.
by.
It's a Christian.
Okay, fine. Let me hold that. So thank you very much for your. Thank you very much for your comments. For your comments and response to the question and cooperation and expressing your interest to work for people of Makueni. The County Assembly of Makueni Committee on Appointments will consider your responses and documentations as they are, and we will make a proposal to the County Assembly for consideration, approval, or disapproval. We wish you all the best. That marks the end of our formal meeting. Further to that, allow me to say that I didn't know that old men who are presumed to be wise, because you quoted wisdom 4 times, require their wives around to answer questions.
No. I mean, let me tell you.
On a light note.
When you are when you are truthful to yourself, I thought you live long and you have these necessary diseases or this, because there's nothing to hide.
Sure.
No, I'm saying, I mean,
when she gets my phone, she knows the password and life continues.
I wasn't meaning that. I was saying young men would want some moral support.
Okay, but not then.
To attend the first and second and third interview, and to be given feedback how they performed. So I didn't know that old men also require some moral support to feel strong and better when they are sitting there. According to us, that is what it means.
No, actually, she just brought me to that. Why should you stay outside? Come, we are not hiding anything.
Okay, fine. So thank you very much. And then to your dear wife, thank you for accompanying your husband. You didn't have to wait for him to ask. At times he's scared of many things, only that doesn't know how to ask you to accompany on relations. Anyway, that is off cuff. But that is a good example. I think it is a good example. I thought it's young men who require that moral support. I have now known that as wisdom grows, you need more support and company. You have any comment or question to this panel, which is not part of our deliberations that we had?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, mine, because I had an opportunity to watch you live. Of course, the last two, the first one, there were problem the network. First one too, but I liked your zeal. I liked you articulate to the issues, and I think that is, I can say you did well. And thank you for according me this opportunity to come and appear. This is the first time I'm appearing before a county assembly. I've been appearing Senate and National Assembly, and I'm so happy and so much honored and humbled to appear before honorable members. Thank you, Chair. God bless you.
Your own assembly. Your own assembly.
My own assembly. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sergeant Adams. You will escort the nominee through the corridors and show him his way out. Mr. Vivo Vincent Moya.
Yes, Chair.
You know why you are here?
Yes, Chair.
Very well. You are here because you applied for the position of member of the County Public Service Board. Through the selection panel, your name was forwarded to the governor for appointment as a member of the Public Service Board. And the names were committed to the Committee on Appointments, which is this committee for purposes of vetting and compliance with the law before presenting to the County Assembly for consideration for approval or rejection. And we had invited you for that exercise this afternoon. You are our last nominee this evening. We hope you are not very tired for the day to handle the exercise before you. Now we will make this progress. Firstly, we will ask the clerk to administer oath or affirmation. 2, you will hand over your original documents, testimonials and certificates to the clerk. And then after that, we will conduct a round of introduction and I will give a further directions on how we will make progress.
Yes,
Clerk, proceed.
I, Vincent Ndivo Muya, having been nominated for appointment to serve as the member, Makueni County Public Service Board, do swear that the information or evidence that I shall give before this select committee on appointments shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
We will start off with introduction. My name is Douglas Bidu, the chairperson of the County Assembly Committee on Appointments.
My name is Honorable Kisungu Mbete, Majority Leader, Makueni County Assembly, and a member of this committee.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. I'm James Karula, member of Kumbuli South, and also leader of minority. Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth Mutindi, a member of this committee.
You have to be on record.
My name is Jackson Morano, member of this committee.
Proceed.
I'm Esther Musau, Director Legislative Services.
George Motuko, Research Officer.
We can't hear you.
Sorry? George Motuko, I'm a Research Officer.
Sergeant at Arms, what is the problem?
I'm Esther Musau, Director Legislative Services.
George Motuko, a Research Officer.
Janet Atuzo Agwe, Legal Department.
Penina Mwikali, Sergeant at Arms Department.
So, Mr. Moya, I will request you to introduce yourself in 2 words. 1. You are the introduction of the person of Vincent Moya. 2. Your academic progression from the lowest to the highest attained. And 3, your professional career development from the first to the current. You may proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Chair and honorable members. My name is Vincent Ndivo Muya. I was born in a village called Kabuko, which is in Kimakiuka Lanzoni Ward in Kilome constituency, Makueni County. I'm a staunch Christian. I'm not yet married, and I started my academic journey back in 2002 in a school called Kabuko Primary, which is just next door from our home, where I did my KCPE in 2010. Then I proceeded to the National School of the county, which is a few meters from here, Makueni Boys High School, where I did my KCSE in 2014. Then I proceeded to Moi University, where I did a bachelor's degree, Bachelor of Science in Human Resource Management. I graduated in 2019, August, with a second class upper division. Then I currently am pursuing a Master's of Business Administration in majoring in Strategic Management at the United States International University of Africa, where I'm done with my coursework as per the transcripts that you will see, and we are awaiting graduation. Yeah, for my work experience, I started with an internship at Safaricom, where I was attached at the Human Resource Department. I did 3 months. Then I proceeded to the county government of Kweni, where I did a 1-year internship in the administration department. And during COVID, I also happened to, because of the the challenges with the youth face due to unemployment, I also happened to start a business so that I may be able to sustain myself. Then after that, in 2023, February, I was also appointed by His Excellency the Governor to represent the youth of Makueni at the Makueni County Budget and Economic Forum, where I served diligently until the start of last month, where I resigned so that I may begin the process of becoming a member of the Makueni County Public Service Board. Thank you.
Well, my first question to you is that you are currently in the Makueni County Budget and Economic Forum. Makueni County Budget and Economic Forum. So what is the role of this body?
The main role of the County Budget and Economic Forum, as per the PFM Act, is to act as a representative body of the citizens of Makueni County, whereby we advise the government on the best ways on how to budget and how to implement, and also we play a role whereby we are the link between the executive and the citizens of the nation, because we understand that not everyone can happen to sit at the table where the policy decisions are being made. So we act as representation of the other citizens.
Of the people. In this case, you are the youth rep.
Yes.
So for how long have you been appointed?
I was appointed on 14th February 2023.
2023?
Yes.
Let's say 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
Now, how have you represented the youth, and what are the achievements that you can account for to the youth of Makueni? That you can say it is arising from that representation that this has been achieved in the county budget of Makueni and the programs.
Thank you, Chair and members. I can say we have moved quite far. I believe that most of the members here are members of the county assembly, and it's your work to oversight the assembly. So I know what I will state. Most of you members are privy to the information. So first, with the help of the executive, they have empowered our vocational training centers. I believe you have seen we had the first vocational training center expo in the county last year. This is through the push of the youth, so that the youth's voice may be recognized, and so that we may capacity build our institutions, and also that those youths with technical skills, they may be exposed to the outside world, and also the outside world may know that we have the capacity in our vocational training centers. Number two, we have streamlined the youth in sports. I believe now most of our wards, we have at least 1 million shillings for the youth, for the what do we call it? The League Mashinani program. Then we also have I believe last year we also took the youth who are in the Paralympics to go and compete outside the country, where we are representing Team Kenya. And I also, sorry.
Jazz, he seems want to interject to his submission. We also want to hear other things that you have achieved beside that are outside the youth, because you're only talking about the youth that you represented there. Was the county budget and economic forum based only basically addressing youth issues, or there were many other things that you addressed? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Elizabeth. I was answering the question of the chair because he specifically said for the youth. But as
yes, I meant for the youth because I've seen in the CV he has indicated that he's a representative of the youth in the county budget and economic forum. And if that is an opportunity that has been given, then it should be as a representative of the young people in that public body that engages the executive and the cabinet, that there must be deliverables for the last 3 years. I don't know whether I'm right, but there are members here. The appropriation of the sports money was influenced by members themselves, because even it was lacking in the first place from the budget as it was submitted to the Government Assembly. So at the ward level, members again had to introduce and appropriate for it. In fact, it has been the idea that the Waziri has been requesting members to find a way of appropriation. I was looking for your brainchild, your thing that, I mean, this is what, when you are seen in the Budget and Economic Forum, you are known for. You are Mr. This. You see him, you see that. You see him, you see this program. So that then we see how you performed. But now that you've answered me, I want to refer you, and then I conclude my remarks, to Section 58 of the County Governments Act. Section 58, 3D. This refers to the qualifications of members or persons to be appointed as members of the County Public Service Board, say for the chair and the vice chair. In case of members, one must possess a minimum bachelor's degree from a recognized university that I've seen, and a working of experience of not less than 5 years. Now, a working of experience is not less than 5 years in relation to the job at hand. Now, would you account to us your working experience and how it is related to the subject matter of a member of County Public Service Board? Because after that, then we'll see what is the mandate of the County Public Service Board, and then what is expected, and how that experience is going to be applied. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. From my experience, I will start with my experience at Safaricom PLC. I was a human resource management assistant. I believe that the major roles of the County Public Service Board are all HR related, from the first stage of recruitment to the last stage of employee welfare. So I believe that in my tenure there,
3 months?
Yes.
3 months.
Yeah. I garnered enough experience to help in human resource processes, from recruitment, employee selection, human resource management, human resource planning, human employee compensation, and other issues, even disciplinary. I happened to sit in some of those sittings as part of the experience that they were offering. Then I proceeded to the Makueni County Internship Program, whereby I was at the sub-county offices. I had a first-hand experience of the employees we have in the county. I had to interact with them. I learned how they work. I also learned how their grievances and their achievements and their complaints and their needs. I believe that even citizen engagement is also part of how our employees are best recruited and retained. So I had a first-hand experience with how our employees, we can better our human resource as a county. Then I have also been in business for like 5 years now, being the director. I believe that as part of the business, you get to learn how to deal with various stakeholders, various customers. You also get to learn how to best manage systems and how to digitize things, because we are moving on to the digital world, and how to set systems that work and systems that do not work. Then the 2 years experience, 2 or 3 years experience in the county budget economic forum, I believe that I learned a lot about the county government procedures, the county government budgets, how the county operates, and even how our employees are staffed and other things that relate to our human resource. Thank you.
Okay. If I may ask, what form of business are you performing at the moment?
I'm mainly into supplies and construction.
Sorry?
Supplies and construction.
So your business in supplies and construction?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very well. Any other member?
Well, I'm just looking at what you have written here, what you have tried to explain, and I'm just wondering if the people of Makueni are keen enough to ask for that particular experience. It's 5-year working experience, and if you make a follow-up, it's like in public service. So I don't know how you are going to convince the people of Makueni that you have the 5 years, because if you look well, it's like 5 years after you attained your degree, and after attaining the degree, I can see you've been a business owner, and you've been a representative in the county budget forum. So, do you have more remarks on your experience? That particular issue is coming up, and we need to convince our people that the 5 years experience is attained.
Thank you, Majority Leader. I believe that my graduation was in August 22nd, 2019, and that translates to roughly 6 years, 2 or 3 months now. So I believe that I have met the qualification of 5 years experience, because as per the section, it doesn't specify public service. It's 5 years experience. I also believe that the diverse experience I have and the academic qualifications are necessary to drive forward the public service of this county to the next level. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, while on that question, see, this exercise is not for us.
Yes, sir.
I will tell you that we are not different from news presenters in a studio. Because they present in studio, but the consumers are elsewhere. The Assembly Committee only does it for the public, because you are the representative of the people. I think the 5 years experience you referred to Safaricom Human Resource Internship before you graduated. So the 5 years experience is applicable after graduation, because the bachelor's is what is the basis of qualification, then add on top of bachelor's degree 5 years experience. Now, any other experience backwards, whether you had another certificate or a diploma, an ABCD, may not be applicable, because the basic requirement is a degree. I hope you get that. What the leader of the majority is asking you is that the National Bureau of Statistics, it was from when?
August to September 2019.
And
after my graduation.
After your graduation?
Yes.
Then now you've 6 years from 2019 September
to date.
To date. Now the question is, the experience required to execute the duties. These are the duties. With the experience on the sectors that you've indicated as content supervisor, Kenya Bureau of Statistics, and project support intern, Makueni County, youth in Makueni County Budget and Economic Forum, and a director in your construction and supplies company. Is one, the objectives of the County Public Service Board, which the County Public Service Board should address in public service, is one, to provide for an evaluation and reporting on the extent to which values and principles referred to Article 1 and 232 are complied with. Two, provide for the organization, staffing and functioning of County Public Service in ways that ensure efficient quality and productive services. And C, provide for the institution systems, mechanisms of human resource utilization and development in a manner that best enhances service delivery in the county public service. Provide framework for uniform norms, standards applied in all counties. And the list goes, and I think is about 12 items. That is before you come to the County Public Service Board. Public Service should have this, and then the qualification of the Public Service Board, and what is the contemplated. The Public Service Board presides of hiring, maintaining, training, firing, disciplining, promoting, budgeting, and all that of public officers of approximately 3,000 to 4,000, beginning from the chief officers, the directors, the consultants in the hospitals, and name them up to the lowest ranking. Now, what is presumed is that that body should be in charge of professionals to a tune of 70%. They are professionals who have been in service more than you and who have more experience. So the experience in question is to the task. That was what was contemplated, and how this experience equips you to execute and implement Section 55 on the objectives of the county government. That is the question the leader of the majority is asking you.
Thank you, Chair. I believe that I won't say I have enough experience or enough information on matters County Public Service Board. But I believe that the minimum experience that I have, and the drive and the usefulness in me, and the desire to do better for our citizens of Makueni, and the academic knowledge that I have acquired this far with the strategic management masters and the human resource bachelors, I believe that if you combine the academic prowess, the desire to do well, and the desire for public service that is in me, I believe that that will enable me to deliver to the people of Makueni. Because once you cannot judge a person by his or her youthfulness, because we are representing the youth and the citizens of Makueni. That doesn't mean that I'm not ready to learn. It means that I am willing to learn. And I believe that the board will be comprised of, if I manage to go in, I believe that we will have a mixture of those who are experienced and some who may not be fully experienced. So I believe that this will enable us, this blend of youthfulness and desire and eagerness with experience combined together, and wisdom of those who are seasoned veterans in public service. I believe that that blend will enable us to prosper this county, and it will be helpful for, as most of the workforce that is looking for employment is the youth. I believe that the aspect of being able to connect with them and being able to understand them, having gone through what they are going through, will enable me to perform well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now, because we are just trying to demonstrate that you still have that experience. So it's good. We try to look at through the clauses so that we actually don't dwell on the 5 years. The next clause, which is it's a 3D2, that of 58, section 58, is about after now the 5-year experience. It says that particular member we are looking for should be a professional, demonstrate absence of breach of the relevant professional code of conduct. So, is there a way you can prove to us that you are a professional and probably quote some professional codes in your profession, which we can probably look at them and see how you can demonstrate you are a professional, because this is the law, and we actually want to navigate through the law and see how we can help a youthful person become a member of the County Public Service Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader. I believe this public service and the human resource profession is basically guided by our Constitution and other following laws and procedures and acts that have been developed to support the Constitution. So the main guiding procedure is the Constitution of Kenya. Then we have Acts, Employment Act of Kenya. We also have the public service policies and the public service procedures. We also have, in our case, the county government. We have the County Government Acts, and we also have the human resource policies for both the national government and even the county government. We also have career guidelines and procession guidelines, which guide how both public service officers, how they move from one job role to the other, and basically the years needed of experience and other things.
Let me expand it for you. For example, you did a first degree in human resource management.
Yes.
There is a professional body for human resource managers, and you should know that. If anybody here did something like engineering, there is a professional body called the Engineering Institute of Kenya, something like that. If you are a doctor, you know the professional bodies. So what we are looking in this particular clause is in this first degree, which you did in human resource, have you advanced it to the professional level whereby we can say probably you are a member of a professional body, or probably, you know, you are something you are doing with that particular degree? Is there something you are doing with that particular degree in human resource management?
Thank you, Majority Leader. Currently, I have enrolled for CHRP, which is the Certificate of Human Resource, which is basically the certification for human resource managers. It's the same as CPA for accountants and other similar. So I applied for being a member, then they gave me directions that I have to enroll for the CHRP. So that's why I have started my CHRP, so that I may be admitted into the human resource professional body. Thank you.
Can I ask him? Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Listen, Dave, you have been watched by many youths and many people who are qualified in HR, and maybe they applied for this and they are not here.
You're not on record?
Am I?
Get this.
I'm saying we are being watched by Makueni residents, some who are qualified and have experience, and we are looking for somebody who will be at the sitting at the County Public Service Board, even to interview. You understand? I mean, to make sure that he conducts a fair interview for others. Now, Would you say you are the most qualified really with this experience of internship to be at the board? Because the only qualification I'm seeing apart from the HR degree is just being an intern. Really, within Makueni, with all the people who are qualified, would you say you are the most qualified for this, to be able to go to the board and execute it fairly for others, while this one may be, somebody may be wondering how he was left out and you are here? I mean,
so
those are the questions.
Just a minute, what is your question?
My question is for him to see, yes, he doesn't have the experience here, because the only experience he can quote here is intern. And being able to handle the challenges the board is facing with the youth. You see, the board is facing a lot of challenges. Employment of the youth, many people who have been employed, they have challenges which are real, not perceived. Whereby others have not been promoted, they have stagnated. Others, they are wondering where they will get it. Do you have the capacity and the experience needed to handle such a thing when you have probably had an internship? Sincerely, don't you think that puts a big question on that? And how will you be able to really conduct a fair interview for somebody else? Just a picture. I want you to self-examine yourself and put it.
Thank you, Honorable Mbalu. I believe that I'm here on merit, and I believe this is a process, and I believe that I'm not here by chance. I'm here after the due constitutional process has been followed so far. Thank you for the question.
Let me help you.
Yeah.
The outcome of the process will determine the process.
Yes.
A step 1 or a step 2 of 10 processes do not define the outcome, because even the step after this, which is constitutional, can change or confirm the process. So it may not be right for you to have a lot of passion for young people to say you are here on merit. If that was the case, then after the governor nominates, he should have just appointed that person because he's there on merit. That is why the law was, this constitution, that such an appointment must be subjected to 2 levels. To public, to know, to be vetted and be subjected, so that the same documents that were presented to the governor by a panel, because the governor did not interact with any candidate one-on-one. He only forwarded for the county assembly to engage, and the panel has recommended. If the assembly approves, only then the governor will say this is constitutional. If the assembly doesn't approve the entire process from A to Z, then that process becomes such. So what we have is just names forwarded to the county assembly by the governor after an interview that was conducted by a selection panel. So the governor is yet to react until the assembly makes a determination. I think that is good for you to know for purposes of information and knowledge, so that it is not perceived as if you have already concluded some steps. Yes, there are candidates who are vetted, they succeed, others who pull out at some time, others they are not approved at some point, and a bill comes from the county executive to the county assembly, it is amended, it can go to the governor, may reject, may approve. So it is an entire process, and until it is concluded, one cannot. In fact, there are instances even the assembly will approve, the governor will appoint, and public will challenge, and courts will agree with the challenge and say the entire process was unconstitutional. So we are through a constitutional process, but until when this matter is concluded, one cannot say they are right. So I hope you're guided.
Thank you, Chair.
No, I need to protect, wait. I must protect the candidate and inform him accordingly. He may not have as much knowledge as you have had for the last 10 years in this assembly on procedures. So I must protect him and advantage him with the requisite information for this vetting. I hope now you are better equipped.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for the corrections.
Okay.
Apologies to members of this committee and even the members of Makueni who are watching. I had a slip of a tongue.
Actually, what I was trying to say, because we are vetting, and the Makuenians expect us to vet people rightly, so that we may come out with the best candidate who will be able to solve their problems. Because, like taking somebody who will help others cross the river, you get an experienced person, then others will drown. I mean, if we are looking for somebody who will be able to sit at the board and even youthful to fight the issues of other youths, then we must get a good one. We must get the experienced one, and not just anybody who may not be able to cross, because we want to cross the river. And that's why I asked that question, because you'll be able to sit down in an interview to interview other people. So the same before interview must be interviewed and be put in a weighing machine to see that you pass that, because if you are going to be fair to others, then you must be fair also in this. The point is, and I was asking, the only experience I'm seeing here is internship. A person who has just done the internship, can I have?
Get this.
Yes. Would we really be rightful saying that person has experience to sit at the board, yet the only experience he has is of being intern? I mean, don't you think that will bring questions even to the other youth? Because we have so many youth who have done masters and they have been employed, and they would wish to be in this.
What is the problem with your microphone?
I don't know why it's not, but can I have something?
It's Sando. It is Sando. Somebody is stepping in.
No. So, what we are saying is, because for us, legislators who are vetting, we must be fair and we must ask questions which other people at home they wish to ask, and they are not being asked. And that's why I'm asking on behalf of them, because I'm in this committee. A person who's just did internship, is that an experience enough to place them at the board? When we know what is needed at the board, we have very many youthful young people who are qualified. And if we want a representative, we want to get the best. Because you'll be representing a group of youth who will be crying for fighting for their own. But if we put an inexperienced, we will have done a disservice to the youth. The same youth which we are trying to help, they will see us to have done a disservice to them. And that's why I'm saying, being fair. Don't you think if there was a position, somebody with experience, it would show experience on the job so that they can be able to solve the challenges our youth are facing with the County Public Service Board? That is my question, Mr. Speaker. Chair.
Yes, the last one.
Thank you. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Mbalu and Chair and members. I believe that I have served diligently in the Makueni County Budget and Economic Forum for the last 3 years. This is the topmost apex body, and I believe after Cabinet, that is the next consultative body of the county as per the Constitution 2010 and as per the County Government Acts. And I believe those 3 years have been monumental in my career, and they have taught me a lot about policy direction, policy implementation, and on how best to execute mandates at the topmost level of the government. And I believe that the 3 years have been exemplary well, and we have performed well as a team. And I believe that my experience in that body will be key in this role, because for the 3 years we have interacted with the cabinet, with the members of staff, members of the county assembly, and even the citizen stakeholders. And I also believe that me being a youthful person, I will be able to substitute the extra experience needed for this role with my eagerness to learn. As you have seen, I'm trying to better myself so that I may deliver for this role and any other roles in the future for this great county of Makueni and the nation of Kenya, and even maybe the world if God provides. Thank you, Chair.
I want to ask.
Let's congratulate you for the sterling performance at the Makueni County Economic Forum. That's a good one for a young person like you. One last question. Have you ever applied for another job in Makueni County, in Makueni County generally, either waziri, CEO, director, any other job?
Before I was appointed into the County Budget and Economic Forum in the previous regime, I did apply after my internship, and it happens that I was not successful due to the merit of experience, because I had only 1 year and they needed 2 years. And I want to thank God and His Excellency the Governor when they appointed me to the Makueni County Budget and Economic Forum, because I believe that has made me who I am in public service. I have learned a lot. I have interacted with the most senior people in this county. I have interacted with members of the county assembly and even other professionals outside Makueni who in Nairobi and other parts of the country, because they believe in the youth. They believe that there is no heart that can prosper without culture. And I believe that with a mixture of the seasoned veterans and the young thugs, we shall have a good blend, and they will be able to mentor us and build us for tomorrow. Because I believe if one day, Mr. Speaker, sir, you will not be seated there, probably someone younger than you will be there, and you will be somewhere beyond where you are, by God's mercies, and even to the honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Mutindi is reminding me I was elected while I was a boy.
I can confirm that you are elected and you are not married.
Yes.
And we attended your wedding and you are less than 20 inch?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. For record, look at the camera.
No, I don't need to, because it's public knowledge. You know, I'm an open book. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I like working for young people, and that's why Mr. Vincent is also part of this bill. I want to stand in the gap to help the young people to get these opportunities. But what I have also gotten from him is giving in very easily. He said that he doesn't have experience, which is true. And you know, County Public Service Board is a very serious board, because it stands in for all people of Makueni. And if we have to get a young person, we need to get the correct person to represent the youth and with the experience, with the authority. Because I have looked at even his presentation in Budget and Economic Forum, and he was not able to highlight even a single mega direction he engineered at that board, and because he is not authoritative enough. I don't know whether he has watched the previous candidates to see how confident some of them are, because they are able to drive their points even when it is very difficult to drive. But the authority I'm looking out for in a candidate who will be sitting, because out of a big County Public Service Board running for 6 years with a management of over 1 million people in Makueni, Honorable Speaker, we are only having 5 candidates. It will be run by 5 people for 6 years. It tells you how serious this thing is. The County Executive Committee has more than 10 members, because the governor is there and the 10 ECMs and the county attorney and the deputy governor. and maybe the county secretary also there. You can see how serious this thing is, and the tenure of an ECM is only 5 years, with an experience of only 5 years. But you can look at what Honorable Mbalo is speaking to. You will be interviewing people, you will be mentoring people in the county public service who have more experience, who have exceptional qualities, and here you are not able to defend how you have only a 1-year experience with an internship position at the county. That begs a lot of questions, and you need to come out clearly to explain yourself how you are able to command that, while what is in your CV is only 1 year of experience with the county internship program. That's a big ask for all of us. You need to convince this committee, because without this committee being convinced, I want to be very clear, it will be very difficult for us to even present a report to the assembly for adoption. So that bit of authority, you are not able to tell us what you have been able to champion for youth. We cannot see anything. That tells you, if we give you this opportunity again, you will not be able to champion anything about the youth, and we need that youth thing in the county public service. We are not able to, because it is scattered. Your response is very scattered and very scanty. We cannot tell what you stand in for, and that's why I wish if you could come out clearly on how you can do that. Sometimes you don't need a lot of experience, but you need the knowledge and the authority to speak to facts. You've heard it, I was elected against the odds with a small party. Yeah? Because there is what convicts you that you want to speak to the volumes and the masses. So Mr. Vincent, you need to look at that so that you inspire other people. Because this position is not a position of sitting in the offices. It is a position to inspire a generation of people. And now that the youth have you as their candidate, and they are watching in the socials, they are not able to differentiate between a worth candidate and a candidate just to replace that position. So you need to come out very clear. That's why Honorable Mbalo doesn't want to be very tough with you. I as well don't want to. With Honorable Mutindia, we are also not willing to. But clearly, this is a public forum. People will judge us with the report we will present to this assembly. And that report is not reflecting what the expectation of the public is towards your candidate. So those are the things I wish to, because I want a youthful public service board to be in charge of public service in this county. But as people, as young people, we need to show that we are able to do all that. That's why I don't want to, Honorable Speaker, that's why I don't want to be having too many questions. I just wanted to inspire him to look at where it is not coming out very clearly before we go to the informal section, so that he can try to convince this team. Otherwise, you will not have another chance to come and defend yourself. This is the only time you have the chance to defend yourself. If you don't, it will be very difficult for us to make that decision. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The chairman of this committee, he was also appointed chief of staff by the governor while he was a young man, no wife, no kids.
I was not 5 years.
That's why we are saying we want to inspire everybody, because the speaker was also appointed a chief of staff in charge of some amorphous system, because that time there was no system to tell what the chief of staff will be in charge of. Some of the chief of staffs at that time were like county secretaries, but you are able to define what a county government is because of the authority. Now, can you take it from him and me? Because we are living examples of
No.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have to inspire the young people so that they can be better. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
No, don't limit the examples to you.
No, I'm just giving a living example. You know,
Inspire
we
the
don't discuss
young
others.
people to pick us and many others. So don't limit to only two. And many others who are better than us. Now, I think the question on experience has been raised, and the candidate has answered. He will not give you another answer on that because he has explained, and you have put questions on him, and he has explained to some extent. So I want to give Honorable Elizabeth Mutini an opportunity. You had spoken?
No.
Okay.
The gentleman. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Ndivo, you are very soft-spoken, but looking at your CV, you have attained a master's degree in strategic management, but you are not being strategic to convince this committee that you can actually do this job. Looking at the roles of the board, where can you authoritatively say you're going to help the board in this role and this role, if you understand the roles of the board?
Thank you, Chair and Honorable Mutendi. I believe the main roles of the County Public Service Board are recruitment, human resource management, the disciplinary actions, and the other roles are mainly complementary roles, like reporting to the county assembly, ensuring that the quarterly reports are well done, giving recommendations to the SRC, even ensuring that the human resource of the county is compliant to the Constitution and the Chapter 6 and 252.
Zabuya?
Yes, Chair.
Unless I didn't get it right, he's asking you, as a member,
yes,
not the board,
yes,
how do you think now your abilities will be contributing to the board so that the board achieves that?
Yes.
Someone can be an accountant, another one can be a lawyer, another one is a human resource. When you have a teacher, now what will be your contribution to achieve those goals in the board? Is that the case, Honorable?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I believe that as a human resource professional, I'm well equipped to assist in the human resource management policies and procedures of the County Public Service Board, combined with my academic knowledge in strategic management. I believe I will also be able to guide, maybe be involved in guiding of the County Public Service Board in setting up the strategic plan for the board for the next maybe 6 years, and also aligning those plans to the county integrated development plan and ensuring that we are compliant to the Chapter 6 of the Constitution if given the chance. Thank you.
If you're brought, if a case is brought of rogue staff or fraudulent staff, because you're supposed to perform the disciplinary role, do you think you could handle to its finality? And what procedures would you take?
Thank you. If a rogue staff is brought to the disciplinary committee of the County Public Service Board, there are clear guidelines set out by the Constitution and the human resource policies of the Makueni County staff, which outline the procedure of how this will be dealt with, starting from, because I believe the report is brought to the County Public Service Board from the department, where the department heads, who are mainly the chief officers or directors, they give the report to the County Public Service Board with the necessary requirements and necessary evidence, so that the County Public Service Board Disciplinary Committee now may begin the disciplinary process, whereby it starts mainly through fact-finding. Then after fact-finding, now you go into where you interview the accused, and the accusers and all those who are involved in these fraudulent cases. Then if found guilty, this is escalated to the main public service board so that it may be forwarded to the relevant authorities and the necessary actions, inclusive employee termination and even suspension and other things as the rule of law takes its course. These procedures are forwarded to the relevant authorities. Like if a case is of corruption, we know that EACC deals with corruption together with DCI, who will open the investigation. Thank you.
Not related to that, unless you first finish that and I finish.
My question is now not related to the experience, it's about your personal life. Are you a Christian? Which church do you attend? And why are you not married?
I'm a Christian. I'm a staunch believer of the African Inland Church. I'm a member of the African Inland Church at AIC Kima Estate, which is located roughly 6 kilometers from Salama Town along the highway. I'm 27 years old. I decided that I finish up with my education, the master's, so that I may be able to proceed to the next phase of life, which is marriage, because the master's was a bit costly, and bringing up a family and also having to pay school fees in a private universities will be quite challenging, and you might find yourself in serious debt just to take care of your wife. Thank you.
That's satisfactory.
No, thank you. For purposes of record, the Constitution of Kenya under Article 55, Honorable Elizabeth Mutinji and the candidate provides for the right to the youth. The state shall make measures including affirmative action programs to ensure that the youth access relevant education, have opportunities to associate, be represented and participate in political, socio-economic and other spheres, access employment and are protected from harmful cultural and exploitation. Now in this case is access employment. Now this being the Constitution, if you look at the most qualifications of many job opportunities have been lowered. And that is why a job opportunity for a county executive committee member, a county minister about executive committee member, it shall be, that is section 35 of the county governments, shall be satisfied requirements of chapter 6 and has knowledge, experience and distinguished career of not less than 5 years in the field relevant to the portfolio of the department to which that person is being appointed. So that then if you are looking for county minister for roads, you don't have to look for, the law allows you to nominate a minister for roads who has 5 years experience practice, and you don't have to take 20 years or 50 or 30. So the experience was lowered to comply with section Article 55 of the Constitution of Kenya. So that qualification can't be zero. Now reasons why what Bokesungi and other members were is that the youth have a right to these opportunities. But there is a small rider to that opportunity. And that's why Honorable Kisungi read to you that it is 5-year experience of a professional. A professional, it means then one ought to have. You are a lawyer, we want to know after Kenya School of Law, then what have you done consistently related to that profession that you become an authority and then you are. But if you are a lawyer and you have graduated with School of Law, you are an advocate, but you are not doing that, you're doing something differently. Perhaps, for example, farming, and you become one of the best farmers. The 5 years experience, one will question, how have you applied your profession
for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, so that the totality of the 5 years, elementary years, are progressive enough to be placed and given an opportunity to do ABCD, whether accounting, whether human resources, and so forth. And therefore, when the Honorable Kisungi refers to professional, it means then that human resource and practice it's good that one becomes. And two, the other aspect of professional is that there's a body that recognizes certified and recognized human resource practitioners, same as certified public accountants, advocates, and engineers. So in the absence of that, you are not recognized, or one is not recognized as a human resource practitioner. Now when one is a recognized human resource practitioner, means that has met the requirements and is a regulated profession by the regulator. Now, if he's a regulated regulator and has 3 years experience and other relevant experience, then there is much more weight to that. Now, the master's is ongoing, and an approval cannot be based on an ongoing course, because who knows what is going to happen, whether it's the next 1 semester or 50 semesters or 10 semesters, it doesn't matter, because the decision has been made as at today. What is the status? Ongoing, any addition, it's no, until there's a completion. So it's important batches we want to encourage our young people, and this committee is not against it. It is because this is a public place, others are watching. We need to ask ourselves, what are we doing with enhancing our professionalism in the intervening period that we get that qualification as professionals? Yes. So we have had your answers, is that besides that, you've done something on budget and economic forum and other things that you feel have exposed you, and that total experience, according to you, is experience of over 5 years, and it has equipped you to practice and to learn more to participate. Now, that is not up to me to determine at the moment. Having answered the questions as put to you, what is important is that this committee will consider your documentation as presented by the selection panel, by the governor from the selection panel, and look at the requisite provisions of the law, Constitution, County Governments Act, Vetting Act, and others, apply them, and then we shall present a report to the County Assembly for consideration. The County Assembly may approve or disapprove. The final decision is not with this committee. The final decision is the County Assembly. They will have to take a vote. The only time, it's good for record, the only time when the governor now takes the responsibility of the appointment is when the Assembly approves. Then the governor says, having been persuaded by the County Assembly, I now appoint. But before then, the law does not place him anywhere. In fact, if you look at that document, he forwarded a report of the selection panel with 3 paragraphs. Speaker find here with attached the report and issue his responsibility to ensure that out of the 10 of them, at least there is regional balance, but their suitability and vetting is the responsibility of the County Assembly. While the County Assembly is a representative of the people. So as seated there, it is presumed that the will of the people is before you to project the thinking of the people and the question they would ask if we make progress to the next level, and whether those answers would be satisfactory. So it's not about us, it's about others outside and what would be the expectations, will of the people and application of the laws as they have been approved. Nevertheless, allow me to take this opportunity first to thank you, to express your willingness to volunteer, to work with the county government as an intern and many other institutions. Having been appointed as a young person in the County Budget and Economic Forum, working with professionals is a good thing, and we encourage many young people to ask for these opportunities. It's through those opportunities that one gradually over time they will acquire that experience, which will be required, whether 1 year, 10 years or 50 years. It's a molding and one has to do so. So congratulations for that, and congratulations for being nominated to the County Assembly. You just leave the County Assembly to make its report and recommendations, and we just wish you the best. We wish you the best, and the Assembly will determine. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair and members, for this opportunity.
Now the interview is, the vetting is over. You are now allowed to say anything. Even if you say you are not nice, we can't use that against you.
Well, thank you for this opportunity. This is my first time being vetted by the County Assembly. And we learn from our mistakes. We grow through trial and error and learning how things work in the Assembly, the Executive, and even the national government. So this has been a great opportunity. I believe that the members will convene and make their decisions. So thank you so much, and thank you for giving me time, and thank you even for your guidance and corrections. I believe that with that, I will keep on getting better and doing better for the people of Makueni and Kenyan citizens at large. So thank you so much, and God bless.
Very well. Sergeant at Arms, you assist our guests through the corridors. Honorable members, this marks just a minute. You take your seat. Honorable members, this marks the end of the vetting exercise for as it was scheduled by the County Assembly, and therefore the committee will retreat to consider the documents and the performance of the candidates in line with the provisions of standing orders, statutes, and the Constitution of Kenya. And time being 18:10 hours, this committee sitting stands adjourned. The next meeting will be on notice. Thank you.